Chapter 225. Life is so wonderful. Chapter 225. Life is so wonderful. Yi Futian followed Yi Xiaoshi and left. While walking, Yi Futian asked, "Third brother and second sister?" Yi Xiaoshi patted on Yi Futian's shoulder and said, "In the cottage, the master does not manage anything. The second sister manages internal affairs, while the third brother manages external affairs. Do you understand?" "I got it." Yi Futian nodded. Couple working together? The scene just now was indeed very strange. What's with the master getting lost? Yi Futian said speechlessly. A long story, Yi Xiaoshi said. The third brother brought the master out on a journey. On the way, the third brother saw an unjust act and showed up to save a beauty. The beauty was saved and followed him to the Book Mountain, but the master went missing. Thereafter, the third brother started to have a miserable time. Do you understand? Yi Futian thought about the second sister and then nodded. Of course he understood. The master followed the third brother on a journey? Yi Futian was puzzled. In the future when you see the master you will get it. He's too lazy. Yi Xiaoshi shook his head resignedly. How lazy is the master exactly? Yi Futian thought. How about the beauty that he saved? Yi Futian asked. The third brother chased her away, Yi Xiaoshi said. Yi Futian was totally speechless. The master is missing, so who will teach me cultivation? Yi Futian was somewhat depressed. Teach you cultivation? Yi Xiaoshi's expression was rather weird. Yes. Yi Futian nodded in a serious manner. I used to be so naive as well. Yi Xiaoshi gave a long sigh. Later, the master said that all the people who come to the cottage to cultivate have the best talents. Why do we need someone to teach? Makes perfect sense. Yi Futian nodded in a humorless manner. I feel that it makes sense as well, Yi Xiaoshi sighed and said. Is it too late for me to leave the mountain now? Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiaoshi, feeling that he had been deceived. Yi Xiaoshi patted on Yi Futian's shoulder again. The environment is not bad. And we also have pretty senior sisters. The food is good as well, seeming to have recalled something, Yi Xiaoshi added. Sigh. Yi Futian heaved a long sigh. Not far away, the girl finished washing the clothes and walked towards them. She smiled and said to Yi Futian, Younger brother, why are you sighing? Sister, I am just sighing about why I didn't come to such a great place earlier, Yi Futian said as he smiled brightly. Okay. But aren't you already in the cottage now? The girl gave a sweet smile. Sister Xinger, go on with your work. I will bring him to where we stay, Yi Xiaoshi said. Beitang Xinger nodded gently and then walked towards the second sister. This sister is called Xinger? Yi Futian asked. Yes. The sixth sister is called Beitang Xinger, the second sister Zhuge Hui, the fourth brother Shui Yi and the fifth brother Luofan. You should already know the name of the third brother. Yi Futian nodded and memorized these names in his heart. Yi Xiaoshi brought Yi Futian and Yusheng to two huts and said, In the future you will stay here. All right. Yi Futian nodded. He was unconcerned about staying in a shabby place. After all, he was not a pampered young master. When the meal starts I will come and call you. Although cultivators absorb spiritual qi in the world, in the cottage we eat the 3 meals whenever we can. The food is really good, Yi Xiaoshi said. Got it. Yi Futian nodded. Yi Xiaoshi also left the place. Yi Futian sat down in front of the hut and looked at Yusheng. Why are you staring at me? Yusheng asked. I can't even look at you? Yi Futian opened his eyes wide at Yusheng. Yusheng looked as if he was wronged. Why do you vent your anger on me when you are in a bad mood? He thought. Take the guqin here, Yi Futian said. Yusheng took down the guqin from his back and placed it before Yi Futian. Then Yi Futian stroked on the guqin and started playing alone. The melodious music was gentle and peaceful, and actually suited the environment in the cottage. The music spread into the distance continuously. Shortly afterward, Yi Xiaoshi returned again as it was lunchtime. Yi Futian and Yusheng went to the residence of the second sister. The fifth brother Luofan was busy serving the dishes. The second sister was sitting in the first position, and Beitang Xinger was sitting beside serving her. The third brother was sitting directly opposite them, while the fourth brother Shui Yi was still copying the book. The little brother is here. Seeing Yi Futian enter, the second sister smiled warmly. Hello, sister. Yi Futian smiled as he shouted, "Hello, third brother." At the moment, he already knew the positions of the two in the cottage. He, therefore, had to serve them well and could not even offend one of them. "Younger brother, sit beside me," Gu Donglu said. Yi Futian nodded and sat down beside Gu Donglu. "You Sheng, sit as well. Since you have come to the cottage, we're one family," Gu Donglu smiled and said. Yu Sheng nodded and sat down beside Yi Futian. The fourth brother glanced at them secretly and felt somewhat depressed. Why is the little brother treated so well? "Xiaoshi, go and fill the bowls with rice," the second sister said to Yi Xiaoshi. "Why is it still me?" Yi Xiaoshi muttered to himself resignedly and glanced at Yi Futian. "When he just entered, didn't we agree that the most junior one shall do this?" The second sister looked at him, smiling. "I will go." Immediately, Yi Xiaoshi's face was filled with smile and his round body trotted forward to fill the rice. "Smells nice." Yi Futian looked at the dishes in front of him. They were all meat, and the fragrance reached everyone's nose. Beauties like second sister and sixth sister eat so much meat every day, and yet they are still so slim. "Fifth brother, your cooking skills are really amazing," Yi Futian looked at and said to the fifth brother who was serving the dishes. "It's all through practice," the fifth brother muttered resignedly. "All right, let's eat," the second sister smiled and said. Immediately everyone started to eat. Yi Futian tried out a piece of meat. It was fragrant and tender, and extremely delicious. In addition, when the meat entered his body, he could actually vaguely feel a mysterious current. "Is it good?" the second sister asked, smiling. "It's very tasty." Yi Futian nodded. "Then eat more," the second sister said, helping Yi Futian to fill his bowl with meat. At that instant, the looks from everyone else froze as they stared at the scene, stunned. Yi Xiaoshi rolled his eyes. "Is this the benefit of sweet talking? Should I learn it?" Glancing at the third brother secretly, he quickly gave up on the plan. "Thank you, sister," Yi Futian said. He did not dare to look at the third brother who was just beside him and he felt extremely awkward. "You should eat more as well." Gu Donglu helped to refill the bowl of the second sister, who lowered her head and ignored him but also did not reject him. "Little brother," Gu Donglu shouted. "Brother," Yi Futian responded. "Your sister likes to joke. Don't take it seriously. Since I have brought you here, whatever issues you encounter on the mountain, you can come and find me," Gu Donglu said with some hidden meaning. "All right, I understand." Yi Futian nodded. "You are good at music?" Gu Donglu said again. Even though Yi Futian broke many records in the ancient barren world, apart from knowing that he was a full attribute mandate sorcerer, they were unsure about what exactly Yi Futian was skilled in. "I know a bit of that." Yi Futian nodded. The sound from the strings was not clear enough. "They should be too old. Xinger, later come with me. We will help the little brother to change the strings," Gu Donglu said. "Okay." Beiteng Xinger nodded gently. "Thank you, brother and sister," Yi Futian said, smiling. Why do the second sister and the third brother look like a couple bickering with each other? He thought. After finishing their meals, Gu Donglu said, "Let's go. I will go and take a look as well." Zhuge Hui smiled and stood up. Yi Futian looked at Yu Sheng with a strange expression and said softly, "Do you feel anything?" "Yes, I am filled with strength." Yu Sheng nodded. After finishing the meal, he actually felt that he had an endless amount of power and wanted very much to release them. Yi Xiaoshi said that the food was good. It indeed seemed to be amazing. The group walked towards a certain direction. Yi Futian realized that the second sister did not speak to the third brother throughout the journey. They reached a somewhat remote place on the mountain. Before them there was a huge stone cave. Gu Donglu stepped into the stone cave first, and Yi Futian followed quietly. Roar! A loud voice spread. Yi Futian felt that the blood in his body was rolling and gave a stuffy hum, almost spitting out blood. Dragon roar! Yi Futian could feel his heart tremble. His legs were weak but he continued moving forward. Entering the cave, he realized that it was a different world inside altogether. There were many smaller stone caves, and one of them was flashing with terrifying light runes which were carved all over the stone walls and lighted up the cave. They seemed to contain the formidable powers of Matrix. In the stone cave, a ferocious black dragon was coiled up. Its furious and cold eyes stared at Gu Donglu. At the moment, there was a large wound on the black dragon which was filled with blood. "I will eat you all," the black dragon said in a cold tone. If your tendon is pulled out, you won't die, right? Gu Donglu said tonelessly. The black dragon widened its eyes, after which it started to roar violently, causing the cave to vibrate wildly. The runes around it became bright and turned into countless terrifying beams of matrix light, which enveloped the black dragon. Its huge body struggled madly, and it felt as if there was an earthquake. You dare to do this to me? The black dragon roared in anger. Why didn't you think about this when you were eating people? Gu Donglu said emotionlessly. It's a growing black dragon which actually eats cultivators. The third brother captured it and brought it back. Beiteng Xinger said softly to Yi Futian. What did we eat just now? Yi Futian looked at Beiteng Xinger. Obviously it's dragon meat. Next to it there are also a few very evil demon kings. Their recovery abilities are all very strong. If we cut off a bit of flesh every day, it will grow back very soon. Beiteng Xinger smiled gently. I've gained much knowledge. Yi Futian had always thought that he was very capable, but now that he was at the cottage, he had to admit defeat. They had been eating the meat from demon kings every day. The food was more than just good. Why did the third brother say that he would pull out the dragon's tendons? Yi Futian blinked his eyes. To make the strings for your guqin, Beiteng Xinger said as she smiled sweetly. Yi Futian was very touched, even to the point of crying out loud. He would never want to leave the mountain again, even if someone was chasing him away. Next, the stone cave seemed to have started cracking apart. Yi Futian quickly ran out of the stone cave, unable to tolerate the scene. The miserable and angry roars of the black dragon spread out from the cave, pulling the dragon tendons. After an hour in front of Zhuge Hui's hut, Yi Futian watched as the second sister and the sixth sister attentively helped him to change the strings on the guqin. His heart felt somewhat warm. Third brother. At the moment, Yi Xiaoshi ran over from the distance. Yes. Gu Donglu, who was standing beside Zhuge Hui and watching her actions, raised his head and asked. Someone from the college came and said that there is a trial for all the newly admitted disciples. They invited the little brother to take part, Yi Xiaoshi said. According to them, Xiao Wuji will participate in it, so the little brother naturally should as well. Xiao Wuji and Yi Futian were both invited to attend the college. Tell them next time don't find the cottage for such trivial matters. We're not free, Gu Donglu said. All right. Yi Xiaoshi nodded. Chapter 226. The Qin Dynasty's Invitation. Chapter 226. The Qin Dynasty's Invitation. Wow. Yi Futian was a bit impressed by his third senior brother, who could eat demon kings and use dragon tendons as instrument strings. As for the invitation from the college to participate in the trial, they didn't have time. The cottage is so busy. We don't have time to participate in those boring things. Right, Junior? Third brother smiled at Yi Futian. Yeah, you're right. Yi Futian nodded, thinking whatever you say, brother. As for whether the cottage was busy or not, it didn't matter. Outsiders would not know. Shuiyi, Gu Donglu called. Yes. Shuiyi replied while transcribing. Stop for now, Gu Donglu said. Bring the junior to the book cave. Yu Sheng, stay here. Okay. Feeling saved, Shuiyi put down his pen and walked to Yi Futian's side. Junior, come with me. Yi Futian nodded, wondering what the book cave was. Shuiyi brought Yi Futian to another cave in the cottage and entered it. The cave was very deep. The path went straight inside and suddenly became spacious. There seemed to be dazzling light in the distance. A golden path appeared on the ground. Countless runes pulsed. Follow my steps carefully and don't take the wrong step, Shuiyi warned. There was a flash under his feet. Yi Futian followed his every step cautiously. After that path, they arrived at the center of the cavern. Endless dazzling light fell upon them. Yi Futian looked up and was deeply shocked. As if they were in the middle of the mountain, the cavern was hundreds of meters tall. The sides had been carved into bookshelves. Innumerable books were pressed against each other in the walls. The library from the Donghai Academy that Yi Futian had once studied in was nothing compared to this. The book cave was practically a sea of books. How did the cottage collect all these books? Junior, there are all types of books here. The teacher doesn't teach and you have to learn by yourself. Do what you must, Shuiyi said. How do you read all this? Yi Futian mumbled. Hearing this, Shuiyi almost cried. He looked at the books and sighed. You'd need hundreds of years to transcribe all of these. Yi Futian froze. He looked at Shui Yi and asked, Fourth brother, are you transcribing the books here? Don't talk about it. Shui Yi sighed tragically. Second sister seems really powerful. Does she have a high plane? Yi Futian was curious. With her one look, the fourth and fifth brothers instantly grew obedient. I don't know what her plane is, but I know third brother's plane is really high. If you say no to second sister, Shui Yi said sadly. He glanced at Yi Futian eyes saying, do you get it? Yi Futian nodded. He understood. Third brother could make the nobles of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan scurry away with a sentence. Yi Futian could only pity his fourth brother. What about you? What plane are you? Yi Futian asked. I'm really low, only mid-level noble plane, Shui Yi said with low self-esteem. Yi Futian broke off. He wouldn't finish his sentence. It was impossible to imagine a noble obediently copying books and acting submissive before second sister. He felt sick. Is fifth brother a noble too? He asked weakly. Of course. Shui Yi nodded. Yi Futian felt even sicker as he imagined fifth brother cooking. Was he really a noble? Don't give up. You'll be a noble soon. Take a look around. I'm leaving now. Shui Yi patted Yi Futian comfortingly and walked out. Fourth brother, you don't give up. You'll finish copying the books sooner or later. Yi Futian called to Shui Yi's back. The poor guy tripped and almost fell. You're right. He didn't turn around and seemed to have squeezed these words out his mouth, telling himself to not mind what a kid says. After Shui Yi left, Yi Futian looked around the book cave and muttered to himself, how many years would it take to read it all? Let alone copy it all. Yi Futian gazed at the sea of books. The countless books seemed to have been organized into detailed groups. Every genre was available. He saw that one place was carved with the word Guqin, so he went over and started looking from the bottom. First were the basics of the Guqin. It included every note, key, and then from simple to advanced pieces. Yi Futian jumped around and saw many powerful techniques at the back. He read for a long while. Outside, night fell and a beautiful figure walked in. It was Beitang Xinger. Sister Xinger, Yi Futian called. He put his book down with a smile. Your Guqin is done and I brought dinner. Second sister told me to bring it, Beitang Xinger said, smiling. Thank you. Yi Futian felt warm inside. His two senior sisters treated him so well. Seeing how nice second sister was, he was sure there must be some misunderstanding that caused the brothers to be so scared. No problem. I'll read too, Beitang Xinger replied gently. Yi Futian nodded and started shoveling food into his mouth. This was Demon King and dragon meat after all. Slow down and drink some soup. It's made from a king python. Beitang Xinger giggled at Yi Futian's actions. Okay. While eating, Yi Futian said, Sister Xinger, not only are you beautiful, your heart is beautiful too. Shut up. Beitang Xinger blushed. She was younger than Yi Futian after all, and couldn't stand his teasing. I'm serious. I don't know who'll be lucky enough to marry you in the future. I'm even getting jealous, Yi Futian kept saying. Beitang Xinger grew redder and said, I'm ignoring you now. With that, she ran to the other to read. Yi Futian chuckled. He quickly finished the meal and started reading again. He didn't step out the cavern for the following few days. Every day, Beitang Xinger would promptly bring the meal over, making Yi Futian feel a bit bad. However, she didn't seem to mind and always smiled innocently. Without realizing, countless months passed. Yi Futian spent all those months in the book cave. One day, Yi Futian was practicing martial arts at the ancient peak cliff. His body contained boundless power. He'd been eating dragon meat and drinking python soup every day, and accumulated much strength. He wanted to release it all. When he practiced the techniques inherited from Emperor Yi Qing, his body was like a dragon. His blood bubbled and roars sounded continuously. At the moment he was practicing a fist routine. Each punch seemed to contain a dragon's roar. Power swept through the sky with extreme power reverberating. After a long while there was a huge boom in his body. Endless power broke out, transforming into a terrifying martial arts conception. He'd entered the 4th level Dharma plane. Yi Futian practiced the routine again and walked to the edge of the cliff. There was a Guqin there. He faced the cliff and sat down cross-legged. Graceful music soon streamed out. The notes that sounded were quiet and peaceful. They seemed to blend with nature and transform into a breeze that blew past his clothes and grass. They also transformed into sunlight, shining down and warming the earth. Instead of playing a piece he'd learned, he just improvised according to his mood. Music that matched the artistic conception was the best. His spiritual energy pulsed with the music and spread outward, farther and farther. He felt the breeze, the sunlight, and the peaceful warmth. Without realizing, his spiritual energy also broke past the limit and plane. In reality, Futian could have leveled up much earlier if he hadn't spent all his time reading. Today was just a natural process. The music stopped gradually and there was a chuckle. I didn't think that our junior's attainment in musical sorcery is so high. Futian looked up and saw two fairy-like figures. Second sister, Sister Xinger, when did you come? He asked, standing up. I was attracted by your music, Zhuge Hui said. They're only simple notes, but they fit the artistic conception so well they became one. It seems that the cottage will produce another musical grandmaster. You flatter me, Futian smiled shyly. Let's go, Zhuge Hui said. Futian picked up his guqin and walked over. How's Yusheng? He asked. Don't worry, he's very talented. Your third brother is helping him cultivate, Zhuge Hui said. Futian nodded. Yusheng's talent went without saying. When they returned to second sister's home, they saw Xiaoshi, who said, Second sister, the Qin dynasty visits. Will you meet them? The Qin dynasty? Zhuge Hui arched an eyebrow and asked, Did they say why? Yes. Xiaoshi nodded. They claim that the Qin dynasty will soon confer the title of crown prince, and invites all forces to attend. They invited the college but also came just to visit the cottage. They hope the cottage can attend too. Zhuge Hui's eyes glinted. The Qin dynasty was one of the Eastern Barren Territory's top 3 forces. In addition, it was a kingdom and had very strong central power. The college was powerful, but it was different from a kingdom. If the Qin dynasty chose their crown prince, this would decide the future structure of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was indeed something significant. Inviting the cottage after inviting the college was also showing respect to the cottage. Who wishes to go? Zhuge Hui glanced at them. Me. Fourth brother raised his hand. Sister, I'll go. Fifth brother didn't want to lose. I want to go too, Xiaoshi said weakly. Futian made a face while Zhuge Hui grinned. What, you all want to escape from me? No, that's not what we mean. It's just that they invited us, but you and third brother definitely won't go. Since we can't lose face, only I can go, Shui Yi said shamelessly. That makes sense. Zhuge Hui smiled and nodded. Luofan, bring the junior with. Luofan froze and quickly became overjoyed. Thank you, senior sister. Chapter 227, Down the Mountain with the Fifth Brother. Chapter 227. Down the mountain with the fifth brother. Luofan was overjoyed. But Futian was not happy at all. The food in the cottage was so good, and the sisters were also beautiful. He did not even want to leave for a single day. Sister, how about you let the seventh brother go instead? Futian said to the second sister. Xiaoshi looked at Futian touched. Little brother is a good person, he thought. The master once said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. The seventh brother has gone out many times. You have just come to the Eastern Barren Territory and should go outside more often, the second sister said, smiling. Shui Yi and Xiaoshi looked at the second sister's gentle smile. Why is the little brother treated so well? Okay. Futian nodded. Yusheng go as well. As for cutting the wood and cooking, fourth and seventh brothers, I'll leave them to you, the second sister smiled and said. Shui Yi and Xiaoshi could feel their hearts bleeding, but did not dare to reject her order. The next day when Yusheng returned, Luofan, Futian, and Yusheng departed together. While walking on the mountain, Futian asked Yusheng, Where have you been cultivating during this period? Cutting wood on the mountain, Yusheng replied. Cutting wood? Futian blinked his eyes. Yes. Yusheng nodded. Futian was speechless. The second sister said that the third brother has brought Yusheng to cultivate. Is that even cultivation? How is it? Futian asked. It's great. I feel that I have improved a lot, Yusheng said in a serious tone. Futian looked at him and said, Yusheng, are you being serious? Yes. The third brother said that everyone's situations are different, so they naturally need to cultivate in different ways. The fourth brother copying the books is cultivation, and the fifth brother cooking is also cultivation. Similarly, I cultivate through cutting wood. I feel that my improvement is quite big, and I have also broken through into the fourth level Dharma plane, Yusheng said. Yi Futian's admiration towards the third brother grew even more. He could make woodcutting, cooking and copying books sound so noble. He's actually a genius. Wait, you call him the third brother as well? Yi Futian said. Yes, the third brother said that in the future I can just call the rest like you do. Yusheng nodded and said. Yi Futian looked at Yusheng with a strange expression and asked, how do you feel about the third brother? Knowledgeable, powerful and has a unique opinion about cultivation, Yusheng said in a serious manner. Ha! Luofan, who was walking in front, laughed out uncontrollably. Yi Futian asked fifth brother, is cooking also a kind of cultivation? Of course, Luofan said in a humorless manner. Yi Futian asked again. Then why did the few brothers all want to go down the mountain? Cough. Luofan gave a dry cough. Then, he copied the second sister's tone and said in a serious way, the master once said that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Yi Futian actually did not know how to reply. On the square located on the mountainside of the Book Mountain, many people were already gathered at the moment. In the college, there was a college chief and 7 mountain elders. Below them, there were also many trainers who were in charge of teaching the disciples of the college together with the college chief and the mountain elders. The cottage had a special status in the college and was somewhat unique. Since the big brother of the cottage went down the mountain that time and became famous in just one battle, the people in the world no longer took the cottage as merely part of the college. Since then, the relationship between the college and the cottage also seemed to have become subtle. The Qin dynasty invited the cottage, and naturally invited the college as well. All the mountains in the college would send someone to go. When Luofan and his team walked down, many people stared at them immediately, especially at Yi Futian and Yusheng. A few months ago, Yi Futian climbed the Book Mountain and entered the cottage, causing a furor in the college. Even the people from all the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory already knew that Yi Futian had officially entered the cottage to cultivate, not to mention the college. The cottage was different from all the other forces, as it only had 7 disciples. The eldest disciple already formed a clan himself, and became a towering figure in his generation. Among the other 6, the third disciple also became famous in the world a long time ago. Therefore, all of the other disciples had been attracting much attention. The cottage will go this time as well? At the moment, a toneless voice was heard. It was from a dignified-looking, middle-aged person from the college. Luofan looked at him. Putting his hands together, he saluted and said, "Greetings, Uncle Master." At the moment, Luofan was graceful, polite and had an extraordinary temperament. He looked just like a scholar, and not the chef of the cottage at all. Such a huge change, Yi Futian sighed. A few months ago there was an assessment for new disciples in the college. Why did the cottage not take part? Sita Wu said tonelessly. He was in the same family as the college chief and was quite senior. Naturally, he was qualified to question a disciple of the cottage. Luofan did not bother as well. He smiled calmly and said, "The master always believes that the assessment in the college is not very meaningful. The newly admitted disciples are all at different levels, so it's hard to determine who is really stronger. If talent is assessed only, the cottage has more reasons not to participate. Among the new disciples, who can have better talents than the little brother? If the cottage takes part, the existence of the first place will become meaningless." Arrogant, another elder scolded with a cold tone. The people from the cottage are arrogant like always. Now Luofan has grown up and actually does not even pay respect to the elders here. The college disciples also stared at Luofan angrily. If the cottage was to participate, the first place would become meaningless? Too arrogant. Does he think that we are this weak? I am just telling the truth. Do you think that the assessment in the college is more convincing than the relics in the ancient barren world? Luofan said, smiling. In the ancient barren world, Yi Futian did what nobody had done before. If talent was compared only and the specific levels were ignored, It was certain that Yi Futian would obtain first place. This was unless the college did not approve the detection of talents by the relics in the ancient barren world. But even in that case, it was unreasonable to claim that the assessment by the college would be more accurate. Thus, in the opinion of the cottage, the so-called assessment was a boring thing. In this case, we can find someone on the same level and have a battle. I am on the 5th level Dharma plane. A voice was heard. The person who spoke was Tuoba Yuan, who was a new disciple. A few months ago, when climbing the Book Mountain, he mocked Yi Futian, saying that he was not Xiao Wuji, but in the end, he was only slapping himself in the face. After entering the college in the first assessment of the new disciples, he was hoping that he could fight Yi Futian to see how outstanding this reputed but weak cottage disciple really was. However, Yi Futian did not attend the assessment at all. When he was cultivating in the college, Yi Futian's name was also often mentioned by junior disciples. As one of the brightest newly admitted disciples, he naturally wanted to compare with Yi Futian. Therefore, he said so at the moment to challenge Yi Futian. Luo Fan looked at Yi Futian. But Yi Futian glanced at Tuoba Yun and smiling, he said, "You think you're Xiao Wuji?" Tuoba Yun was stunned for a moment and his expression turned somewhat awkward. During that time on their way up the Book Mountain, he mocked Yi Futian in the same way, indicating that he was not even qualified to be invited to the college. At the moment, Yi Futian returned him with the exact same words. Of course, he was saying that Tuoba Yun was not qualified to challenge him. Now Xiao Wuji has already entered the Arcana plane. Although your performance in the ancient barren world is outstanding, it is really not appropriate that with your current level, you place yourself at the same height as Xiao Wuji. Su Muge was also among the crowd. He was precisely the person who was mocked by Yi Xiaoshi on that day. Tang Yi was also beside him. Since when did the disciples taught by the college become so idiotic like you? Luo Fan looked at Su Muge with much contempt. You. Even though Su Muge was mocking Yi Futian indirectly, he did not use straightforward humiliation like what Luo Fan did. Anyhow, he was a genius in the college and a disciple under the college chief directly. You what? Let's use our levels to determine the status. I am in the noble plane, how about you? Luo Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. Domineering. Yi Futian muttered to himself. Is this still the same 5th brother who cooks? Indeed, a person could not be judged by his appearance. Thinking about the attitude of the 5th brother at the moment, and also his appearance when he was beside the 2nd sister in the cottage, Yi Futian finally understood why all the brothers were fighting to go down the mountain. After going down the mountain, they could be much more imposing. The difference was too large. The faces of the elders from the college were all cold, and they looked slightly frustrated. This was why the college did not like the cottage. The people were too supercilious. Moreover, the college could not do anything about the cottage. If they tried to reason with the cottage, they would realize that the cottage disciples were all rather eloquent. If they wanted to talk about strength in the college, even the few mountain elders would not dare to say that they could certainly win the 3rd disciple from the cottage. Furthermore, it was only the 3rd disciple from the cottage. Even the elders might not win him, not to say his peers. In the cottage, there was still the eldest disciple who was like a king in the western region. Therefore, it was really very difficult for the college not to hate the cottage. Let's go, Situ Wu said tonelessly. Then a few huge demons whizzed over and landed on the square. The college disciples stepped onto the demons one after another, and they ascended into the air. How do we go there? Yi Futian looked at brother Luo Fan. If we can take 1 or 2 of the demons closed in the cottage and travel on them, it will definitely look impressive, he thought. Luo Fan took down the package from his back and untied it. Yi Futian then saw a stick which was totally black, as if it had been charred. Fire stick. Yi Futian blinked. It should be able to fit 3 people on top. Luo Fan smiled, slightly embarrassed. Air. Seeing that many people from the college were looking in their direction, Yi Futian felt somewhat humiliated. However, Luo Fan did not mind it at all. He held his head high and walked onto the fire stick. Putting his hands behind his back, he looked like an expert who had withdrawn from the outside world. Yu Shang and Yi Futian walked onto the stick. Then the fire stick flew into the air and left the Book Mountain. As the former king of the Eastern Barren Territory, the Qin dynasty occupied the most central position in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Qin Imperial City, the imperial city of the Qin dynasty, the Donghua city where the Donghua clan was located at, and the divine capital where the college was situated were honored as the three most bustling cities in the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, the Qin Imperial City was extremely lively. Countless people from different places had come to the Qin Imperial City to send their congratulations. The king of the Qin dynasty was about to confer someone as the crown prince. This was a major event that would affect the whole Eastern Barren Territory. Maybe in the near future the king would be changed. The king of Qin could be said to be the most influential person in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was not hard to imagine how many things would be affected when the person on the throne might change. At the moment, in the sky, powerful cultivators flew over in the air continuously. Some even had to cross many regions to reach the place. All the top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory had received the invitation from the Qin Imperial City, and they had also sent people here to visit and congratulate the Qin dynasty. Chapter 228 Crown Prince and His Son. Chapter 228 Crown Prince and His Son. The Qin Palace was a majestic place. It had gone through the years of wear and tear, had once faced a risk of collapse, but it still stood in the Eastern Barren Territory. However, the Qin dynasty wasn't satisfied with being one of the strongest three. After all, it had once been the true king of the Eastern Barren Territory. Each generation of kings worked hard to try and recover their lost glory. There was a huge square outside the palace, guarded by armored soldiers. Below that, there were steps leading down. Right now there was a crowd down there staring up at the solemn place. At that time, strong cultivators descended from the air and landed before the steps. The crown prince crowning ceremony must be a grand event. Other than here, the regions surrounding the Qin dynasty were all bustling. Strong cultivators landed every now and then. There were even rumors that the strong from every top force had arrived. They stayed in the inns and would attend the crowning ceremony. At that moment, a group of white-clothed figures descended from the sky and landed inside a pavilion. Everyone looked at them with shining eyes and discussed them. The Donghua clan is here. Yes, they're situated the closest from here. Many people whispered amongst themselves. The pavilion that the Donghua clan landed in was their property in the Qin Imperial City. Of course, there was nobody from the Donghua clan there, and only some servants took care of it. In addition to the Donghua clan, all top forces had properties in places such as the Qin Imperial City. This wasn't significant. A group of fairy-like people appeared in another part of the sky. Many of them were rare beauties. Another piece of news quickly spread through the city. The fairies of the Moon clan had arrived and gone to the Moon House. Similarly, this was their property. After that, another piece of news said that the Futian Sword clan had gone to the Sword Pavilion. The strong of the Sword Saint Mountain had arrived too. They stayed in the Knife Pavilion, not too far from the Sword Pavilion. Tensions rose. No one knew if these two forces would get into a scuffle. The college arrived as well. They went to the book tower of the Qin Imperial City. It was peaceful and sophisticated, just like how a scholar's residence should be like. Yi Futian, Luofan and Yusheng picked a courtyard, and a servant cleaned it up for them. Brother, you said that all top forces have their own properties here. If the Moon clan come, where will they stay? Yi Futian asked Luofan in the courtyard. He wondered if Jieyu would come. One day without her was like 3 years. The Moon House. Are you going to try for the disciples of the Moon clan? Luofan laughed at Yi Futian. He didn't know about Hua Jieyu. The cottage didn't pay attention to the ancient barren world. If Gu Donglu who'd accepted Yi Futian hadn't told them about him, they wouldn't even know what Yi Futian had done in the ancient barren world. I'll go if I have time, Yi Futian said, chuckling. It seems like you have high aspirations. Luofan patted Yi Futian's shoulder. I hope you can marry the Moon clan's virgin. There's a virgin in the Moon clan? Yi Futian asked. Of course. The current virgin is one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory. Luofan chuckled. Are you interested? Yi Futian had a strange expression. If the Moon clan had a virgin who was known as one of the top 3 beauties, what would happen after Jieyu went? Brother, I'm not like that. Yi Futian defended himself. How could he be misunderstood like that? Luofan smiled while Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. He asked, who are the other 2? Luofan's smile widened. He almost believed Yi Futian, Princess Mengruo of the Qin dynasty and Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan. But don't think about Hua Qingqing. She's already taken, Luo Fan chuckled. Brother, I didn't think anything. I was just asking, Yi Futian said. Yeah, I trust you. Luo Fan nodded with a subtle smile. Yi Futian just sighed inwardly. He was used to being misunderstood. The top forces had all arrived in the Qin imperial city, making the city much livelier. Everyone in restaurants and even storytellers discussed interesting facts about the top forces, attracting much attention. Of course, the one discussed most was none other than Prince Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty. Everyone knew who the king would crown as the crown prince, Qin Yu. He was an extraordinary prince and had been the brightest existence in his generation since he was young. He entered the noble plane before 30 years old and had developed extremely fast. His cultivation was even more impressive. Apparently, he wasn't far from King Qin's plane. It was highly possible that Qin Yu may become the new king within the decade. Thus, many people discussed him. Not only was he extremely talented, he was also polite and was held in high prestige in the kingdom. Apparently, he had gone to personally greet the Donghua clan after they'd arrived. Other than him, Xiao Wuji and Yi Futian were also mentioned often. Before Yi Futian's appearance, Xiao Wuji had been the most legendary figure of the ancient barren world in recent years. He'd received the college's invitation and had entered as the dean's personal student. How could someone like that not be discussed? As for Yi Futian, his performance had been even more extraordinary than Xiao Wuji's. In addition, he'd officially entered the cottage and naturally created much buzz. Currently, a group of strong cultivators was visiting the book tower of the bustling imperial city. The leader stood out of the crowd in an elegant royal robe. Situ Wu of the college came to welcome him personally as he was Qin Yu, the one who would soon become the crown prince. After he chatted with the college, he came to where Luo and Yi Futian were residing. Seeing the soon-to-be crown prince, Yi Futian was surprised. He'd thought that Qin Yu would be busy with all the affairs and didn't expect him to come to visit. Qin Yu greeted them and smiled, saying, "It is my honor to meet the disciples of the cottage." "Your Majesty, you are too polite," Luo Fan replied. "It has always been my dream to cultivate in the cottage, but sadly, it will never happen. However, it's a pity I will not see Gu Donglu this time. I wanted to compete with him," Qin Yu said. His tone wasn't annoying at all. He controlled it well. "Third brother is a bit busier and could not make it," Luo Fan replied good-naturedly. As for whether it was true or not, only the cottage knew. "No problem. I am equally honored to see you. Further, I can meet the one who broke many records in the ancient barren world too." Qin Yu's eyes fell upon Yi Futian and seemed very friendly. "You flatter me, Your Majesty." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Qin Yu nodded at him and said, "Brother Luo, can we talk?" "Please," Luo Fan said. Qin Yu glanced at a youth beside him. He wore an elegant robe and looked similar to Qin Yu. He was around 20 years old and had a royal aura about him. He'd been studying Yi Futian curiously since he had arrived. "Brother Yi, would you mind going elsewhere?" he suddenly said now. "No need. Yi Futian is the cottage's junior. He can stay." Luo Fan understood them. "In that case, I will be straightforward," Qin Yu said. "Brother Luo, can you represent the cottage?" Luo Fan shot a surprised look at Qin Yu. Then he smiled and nodded. "Of course. Any disciple of the cottage can represent it. Our opinion is the cottage's opinion. Junior, keep in mind that you now represent the cottage when outside." Yi Futian eyed his senior brother, thinking, it's hard not to feel a sense of belonging in this kind of place. Even though he'd just entered and was only in the Dharma plane, he could still represent the cottage outside. They were one unit and any one person could represent them all. "Yes, brother." Yi Futian nodded. Qin Yu smiled. "So bold. Is the cottage willing to become the orthodox of the East Barren Territory College?" "What do you mean?" Luo Fan asked. "All scholars will see the cottage as the highest, above the college," Qin Yu said. Luo Fan smiled and shook his head. "Thank you for your consideration." Qin Yu looked at him oddly. Why did Luo Fan reject him before he even finished? He studied the other, only to hear Luo Fan continue. "The cottage has our own aspirations. What your majesty said is not our aspiration. I see. Qin Yu nodded. A faint smile still on his face, he bowed slightly. Farewell. With that, Qin Yu really brought his men away. While leaving, the youth beside him glanced at Yi Futian. Watching Qin Yu leave, Luo Fan arched an eyebrow. This trip was not so simple. Qin Yu, soon to be crown prince, seemed to be very ambitious. After the royalty left, they walked on the streets and heard something. At this time, Yi Futian's name seemed to stream out of an open-roof restaurant. Everyone saw Xiao Wuji as unparalleled in the ancient barren world. No one could surpass him. But that day, Yi Futian continuously broke the records. Months later, he snatched all the glory on the Mirror Mountain stone wall. Perhaps no one can be compared to this youth in terms of talent. The speaker was a storyteller. He was very into the story. The youth beside Qin Yu chuckled and said, "People always forget about past glory. No matter what people do later, they can be turned into legends." Many people looked over. When they saw Qin Yu's group, they were all shocked. Looking to the one who spoke, they guessed at his identity and their eyes couldn't help but gleam. It was him, the prince's legendary son. All records are made to be broken. The later ones have more advantages than the previous. Every generation is like that. However, how many of the record breakers can really stand at the peak of the Eastern Barren Territory? The youth continued. I'm sure you all have forgotten about what the two monsters of the Donghua clan have done. If you have time, please think back. What they've accomplished cannot only be summarized by the word talent. Chapter 229. History of Fame of the Cottage. Chapter 229. History of Fame of the Cottage. The grandson of the king of Qin was called Qin Li. He was one of the most talented young people in the Eastern Barren Territory. At the moment, his father was about to be conferred as the crown prince of the Qin imperial city, and become one of the most influential people in the Eastern Barren Territory. Therefore, every move of Qin Li would undoubtedly be magnified. Thus, when Qin Yu was about to be conferred, the words from Qin Li immediately stirred up the people in the Qin imperial city. Qin Li's words did not seem to be inappropriate, and he did not even mention Yi Futian's name, but when he said so at this moment, it would easily cause people to misunderstand. Of course, maybe there was no misunderstanding at all. This might be his attitude in the first place. Yi Futian was a disciple of the college cottage, but the grandson of the king of Qin was praising the disciples from the Donghua clan. The meaning behind it was really intriguing. Of course, from another perspective, what the grandson of the king of Qin said seemed to be reasonable as well. Records were indeed meant to be broken by later generations. It was only that Yi Futian broke the records in a very powerful way. That was why he could cause such an intense furor, and let the entire Eastern Barren Territory know his name when he was only in the lower levels of the Dharma plane. Nobody knew how strong Yi Futian would be in the future. However, at least currently, he was still only a low-level cultivator. As for the two absolute geniuses from the Donghua clan, both of them were very outstanding, especially the one who was already standing among the top of the Eastern Barren Territory. Perhaps only people like the Crown Prince Qin Yu and Gu Donglu from the cottage could be compared to him. Qin Li's words quickly spread into the ears of the people from the different forces which were entering the Qin imperial city. It was said that someone met a disciple from the Donghua clan, and asked the disciple for his opinion on the words of Qin Li, the king's grandson. The disciple from the Donghua clan smiled and commented that even though Yi Futian performed well in the ancient barren world and had proven his own talents, he was still too weak to compare with the real geniuses in the Eastern Barren Territory. At least, he had yet to prove himself in terms of combat powers. The disciple from the Donghua clan said that maybe a few years later, when Yi Futian's level was higher, he would then be qualified to be compared with the absolute geniuses. Many people agreed in their hearts, feeling that the words from Qin Li and the disciple of the Donghua clan were reasonable. On one hand, Yi Futian's talents were indeed outstanding, but on the other hand, when they carefully recalled Yi Futian's performance in the ancient barren world, they realized that he indeed did not prove his combat abilities. Maybe his willpower was also genius. Of course, in any case, they were comparing Yi Futian to the best geniuses in the Eastern Barren Territory in the first place. Apart from that, some people also noticed something unusual. Qin Li, the grandson of the king of Qin, was about to become the son of the crown prince. Why would he comment on the disciple of the cottage and the people from the Donghua clan publicly? Yi Futian did not know about the words from Qin Li and the disciple from the Donghua clan until the people from the Lu kingdom came and visited them. Greetings, Senior Luo. The people from the Lu kingdom who came were naturally Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu. When they saw Luo Fan, they bowed slightly and saluted. Yi Futian was gradually becoming used to this as well. Even when the prince of the Qin dynasty came here, he also viewed Luo Fan as someone with a similar status as himself. Of course, this was also because Yi Futian had a strong first impression. When he first saw the fifth brother, he was conscientiously cooking. Therefore, he felt strange about what happened outside. A cottage disciple on the Book Mountain and one outside the Book Mountain were completely different. Your friends? Luo Fan asked Yi Futian. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. You talk, Luo Fan said. He then walked to the side and sat down. Where's your Wuchen? Yi Futian looked at Lu Qinyu and smiling he said so. Lu Qinyu opened her eyes wide at Yi Futian. I have asked around and Wuchen probably did not come. Among all of you, only you and Yu Shang are here, Lu Feiyang said at the moment. Jieyu did not come as well? Yi Futian asked. No. Lu Feiyang shook his head. And Yi Futian was somewhat disappointed. Maybe Jieyu did not know that I would come. Have you heard about the king's grandson and the Donghua clan? Lu Feiyang asked. Yi Futian shook his head. What happened? Lu Feiyang told Yi Futian about the things that had happened. Not far away, Luo Fan glanced in their direction and a strange look flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly returned to normal and did not seem to be bothered. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face and he said, Why did Qin Li say this? I heard that Qin Yu, the prince-to-be, has been visiting all the top forces that have come here. He has a wild ambition, Lu Feiyang said. Qin Yu wants the Qin dynasty to be revived in his hands, but it's not as easy as he thinks. Even if he teams up with the Donghua clan, to rebuild the king of the Eastern Barren territory it once was. Before Luo Fan finished the sentence, he smiled and shook his head. A fool's talk. Senior Luo, you are saying that the Qin imperial city has teamed up with the Donghua clan? Lu Feiyang's eyes sparkled. One wants to revive the dynasty, and the other only wants to become the strongest clan in the region. The two do not contradict each other. Luo Fan smiled. Maybe one more force can be included. For example, a college which teaches the world. Lu Feiyang felt somewhat shocked. It seemed to him that Qin Yu had already spoken to Luo Fan. If the top three forces in the Eastern Barren territory were to join hands, their combined capability would definitely be terrifying. Furthermore, the three indeed did not contradict one another. A dynasty, a clan, and a college could actually complement each other. Yi Futian looked at brother Luo Fan in surprise. He did not expect the fifth brother to be able to speculate so many things just from a simple meetup and the words from the king's grandson and the Donghua clan. Did the college reject it? Lu Feiyang asked. If the college also agreed with its influence and the Qin imperial city and the Donghua clan, it would be somewhat terrifying. Now the college is already orthodox in the Eastern Barren territory. Why does it have to become a cat's paw? Those guys are not stupid. Luo Fan smiled. Then they thought of the cottage. However, the Qin dynasty is really looking down on the cottage. Although the master is lazy, he is ambitious. Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Just now, the fifth brother told Qin Yu that the cottage had its own aspirations. He asked curiously, What's the master's ambition? I forgot. Next time when you see the master, you can ask him yourself, Luo Fan said, smiling. Yi Futian was somewhat speechless. So the king's grandson said that deliberately to devalue Yi Futian and apprise the Donghua clan? Lu Feiyang's eyes sparkled. He was not very surprised by Luo Fan's words. The Qin dynasty had always wanted to revive itself, and the Donghua clan also worked hard to become the first clan in the Eastern Barren territory. These were not secrets. Perhaps Luo Fan smiled and said, Should we use a counterattack? Lu Feiyang asked. The cottage does not care about the opinions of others. That time, before the big brother went down the mountain, he was questioned by many. After the battle that made him famous, everyone in the world knows about him. Some people think that the existence of the big brother is merely a coincidence. Later, the third brother went down the mountain, and all the voices vanished. Those who were supposed to shut up did so, Luofan said tonelessly. The history of fame of the cottage was simple. It was only a story about two disciples going down the mountain. However, the simple story was stirring. The eldest disciple of the cottage went down the mountain and challenged the clan leader of the Futian sword clan. He became reputed in just one battle and formed his own clan. The story of the third brother becoming famous was even simpler. The master of the cottage was roaming around when he encountered a tragic case. A junior young man from a top-tier noble-level force liked a girl from a certain family. After being rejected, the family was actually exterminated. When the master of the cottage reached there, only an orphan was left in the family. According to many rumors, the cottage master was bad at cultivating himself and knew only how to teach others to cultivate. The young man from the force was disrespectful, but because of the influence of the eldest disciple in the cottage, he did not dare to do anything and could only allow the cottage master to bring the orphan back. The latter part of the story was much simpler. The third disciple from the cottage went down the mountain, and the top-tier noble-level force disappeared from the Eastern Barren territory since then. Because of these two incidents only, the cottage became reputed in the entire world and a holy place where countless young people longed to cultivate in. From then on, even though the cottage disciples did not appear often, whenever a disciple went down the mountain, no force would dare to neglect him. Nobody would know whether he would start another bloodshed. Thinking of this, Luofan smiled and said, "Actually, what the king's grandson said is true. The people in the world always tend to forget the brilliance of the previous generations. Habitual forgetfulness, they just don't learn." Hearing Luofan's words, Lu Feiyong was speechless. It's indeed the cottage. The people there are overly arrogant. Also, the arrogance seemed to be able to spread, and every single cottage disciple would be like this. He had already seen the situation when Gu Donglu went to Kangyi. Now, the fifth disciple of the cottage was equally arrogant. Yi Futian is a proud person in the first place. Now he has entered such a place. I wonder what he will become. Chapter 230 Accomplished Beauty. Chapter 230. Accomplished beauty. Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu left. The outside world was shocked by Emperor Qin's grandson's words, but the cottage seemed not to care. What could they say? Time would prove everything. They anticipated the brilliance Yi Futian would display in the ancient barren world. Even though his current plane was low, Lu Feiyong and the others believed that, judging from his earlier performance, he might become as Luofan had predicted after entering a truly high plane. Then those people would shut up naturally. However, the outside world didn't see it that way. The more people talked, the truer it became. Especially when the speakers were those like the Emperor Qin's grandson, and the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan. Not everyone could see things clearly like Luofan. Most people accepted this view. Yi Futian indeed attracted too much attention recently, and his plane wasn't enough to support his reputation. After all, he hadn't truly displayed his combat ability yet. Perhaps, after a few years and Yi Futian rose in plane, he would truly qualify for the attention. It was still too early now. Days passed in the blink of an eye. There was only one more day before the crowning ceremony of the crown prince. That day, someone from the Qin imperial city came to the book tower, inviting the college and cottage to reside in the palace and observe the ceremony in the morning. All top forces received the invitation. The Qin dynasty invited the top forces into the palace the day before. This way they wouldn't disturb the top forces but would also display enough respect. That day, many people waited in the large square before the Qin palace. They wanted to see the top forces. At that time, a group descended from the sky. They had powerful auras and were unparalleled. They were the Donghua clan. Landing directly in the square, they strode to the palace. Not long after, the fairies of the Moon clan arrived. The leader of the group was an extremely beautiful lady. She looked otherworldly. Her eyes were clear as water and her skin was unblemished. She had a thin waist and her beauty was like an angel. However, she also seemed pitiful and gentle. She was like a fairy in the mortal world, making people want to approach her. Chu Yaoyao, the virgin of the Moon clan. Seeing her beauty, many people's hearts quivered. They wanted to protect her. They seemed to forget that her status. She didn't need their protection, but that was her charm. The top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory were often mentioned together. Apparently, Princess Qin Mengrua was elegant and graceful. Her beauty made her a goddess in many people's eyes. Hua Qingqing of the Donghua clan was, according to rumors, pure and sweet. Nobody who saw her could think of anything dirty. As for Chu Yaoyao, they all saw her today. She made one want to protect her and feel pity. Now Chu Yaoyao entered the Qin palace. She probably would soon see the other great beauty. What would that scene be like? It was a pity that Hua Qingqing hadn't come. Otherwise, the 3 beauties together would make for beautiful stories. Another group of strong cultivators descended. It was the Lu Kingdom. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu had obviously seen the Moon Clan and saw Chu Yaoyao. As expected of one of the top 3 beauties. She's even prettier than you, Lu Feiyang said to his sister. Lu Chenyu's eyes flashed, but she didn't mind. However, the title of the 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren Territory might disappear soon and be replaced with the 4 beauties. Lu Feiyang thought of someone else. Lu Chenyu nodded in agreement. Hua Jiyu's features were at the same level as Chu Yaoyao. She'd also joined the Moon Clan. Let's go. The people of the Lu Kingdom also walked towards the Qin Palace. They had invited all top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory, and the Qin Palace grouped everyone. Of course, only representatives of the top forces came. The true leaders weren't present. It was just a ceremony for the crown prince and wasn't important enough for them. The leaders might come if it was the crowning of the emperor. The other forces arrived gradually. The college arrived too, as well as the cottage. Though the college didn't like the cottage and the cottage looked down on the college, those were private matters. The college's arrival attracted much attention. The 3 from the cottage snatched even more attention. Is that Luo Fan, the 5th disciple of the cottage? I heard he's already in the noble plane. Yi Futian was also surprising. He was more handsome and charismatic looking than the others had imagined. The group ignored the spectators and walked straight into the palace. People welcomed them outside the palace and guided them to where the other forces were. They walked down the road and met many people from the other forces. Coincidentally, they ran into Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu. Seeing Yi Futian, Lu Feiyang walked up with a smile and said, "I'm not going to the pavilion first. I'm going to look around." With that, he walked over and grabbed Yi Futian. Yi Futian was embarrassed. He said to Luo Fan, "Senior brother, I'll walk around." "All right." Luo Fan nodded lightly. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng left with the Lu siblings. "What's so interesting about the palace?" Yi Futian asked Lu Feiyang. "That guy was really dragging him around. Don't you want to see the 3 top beauties?" Lu Feiyang asked, grinning. Yi Futian blinked. "Beauties are nothing to me. I'm actually not interested." "Really? But since I'm already here and there's nothing to do, there's no harm in looking," Yi Futian said. Behind him, Lu Chenyu gave him a look. Then she looked away as if disgusted by the 2 guys in front of her. Men were lustful indeed and were always interested by beauties. They went to a garden. There were many pagodas and the environment was peaceful. There were already many people there. They were all the young members of each top force. They all looked at the same place. At the front of the crowd was a pagoda. A girl sat inside quietly with a guqin before her. She seemed to be preparing to play a melody. So pretty Yi Futian couldn't help but think. Of course he was just appreciating her. As a loyal man he wouldn't think about anything else. The girl in the pagoda was elegant and graceful. A single glance at her was like a hit to the heart. Every man fantasized about a dreamy, fairy-like girl like her. Yi Futian's arrival didn't attract much attention. It wasn't that they didn't notice but that everyone was distracted by the girl. They didn't have time to pay attention to him. Some also purposely ignored him. After all, many of the crowd were extraordinary figures of the top forces. Qin Mengrua, princess of the Qin dynasty, Lu Feiyang whispered. Yi Futian nodded. "Chuya over there." Lu Feiyang pointed elsewhere. There was a group of beautiful girls. One of them was just as beautiful as Qin Mengrua. "Who do you think is pretty?" Lu Feiyang asked. "My girlfriend is the prettiest. Just between the 2 of us." Lu Feiyang smiled at Yi Futian with a knowing look. "I'm different from you," Yi Futian said seriously, looking at him with disdain. "Seems like you're taught well." Lu Feiyang patted Yi Futian's shoulder, making his expression darken. He looked around and saw many familiar figures. such as Gu Biyue of the Witch Clan, Li Daoyun and Li Daoqing of the Fuyun Sword Clan. Hua Qingqi of the Donghua clan was present as well. Why aren't we starting? Yi Futian was confused. Qin Mengrua was already before the Guqin, ready to play, but she didn't move. Waiting for someone, Lu Feiyang said. Who? Yi Futian found it strange. So many prides were here, even the Virgin of the Moon clan. Who could make everyone wait like this? Qian Shanmu of the Donghua clan, Lu Feiyang said. Yesterday, Qin Li spoke of 2 monsters of the Donghua clan. Qian Shanmu is one of them. Countless days ago, Qin Li had used the 2 monsters of the Donghua clan to pressure Yi Futian. Of these 2, one was someone equal to Gu Donglu, 3rd disciple of the cottage, and Qin Yu, soon to be crown prince of Qin. The other was Qian Shanmu. Yi Futian was a bit surprised. Even Qian Shanmu shouldn't be this important. Merely looking at the beauties Qin Mengrua and Chu Yaoyao, one was a princess while the other was a virgin. They were both equal in status to Qian Shanmu. Qian Shanmu is skilled in music, Lu Feiyang said. You can say he's the best at musical sorcery in the younger generation. Qin Mengrua invited everyone here so they could hear it. Therefore we must wait for Qian Shanmu. Earlier, you fought with Gu Biyue with musical sorcery. You're also skilled in the Guqin, so you can enjoy this well today. As they spoke, a figure walked over slowly. He was extremely handsome and had a free and easy feeling about him. He was dressed in all white. Looking forward, he seemed not to see anyone present. No one seemed worthy of his gaze. He's here. Everyone looked over to Qian Shanmu. Known as the most powerful musical sorcerer of the younger generation, he'd arrived at the Qin Palace. Though talents from all over were here, not many were equally reputable as Qian Shanmu. Even the beauties Qin Mengrua and Chu Yaoyao were slightly lower. It was only because of their extreme beauty that they could be as well known as Qian Shanmu. His talent was evident. Chapter 231 Dating? Chapter 231 Dating? After Qian Shanmu arrived, he walked to where the people from the Donghua clan were at. Standing quietly in the crowd, he looked at the beautiful lady in the pavilion. At the moment, Qin Mengrua, who was in the pavilion, looked elegant. Her slender fingers stroked the guqin, and its strings started to move. The music was melodious and sweet. The music had an extraordinary artistic conception, which seemed to shed a strand of colored light onto Qin Mengrua, granting her a sacred and noble temperament. As she played the guqin, her body seemed to be filled with a wonderful hue, like the sunlight and the breeze, bright and graceful. It was a very easy piece of music. The beating notes depicted a peaceful and beautiful scene. The music, just like her own temperament, was noble and elegant, peaceful and glorious. There seemed to be nothing special about the music. It was simple yet pleasant. At the moment, in the Donghua clan zone, a green object appeared in Qian Shanmu's hands. It was a bamboo flute. Qian Shanmu put the bamboo flute near his lips and then started to play it slowly. The sound of the flute accompanied the music from the guqin, but did not destroy the artistic conception of the music at all. Instead, it complemented the music. The gentle breeze blew and the leaves of the trees swayed. And yet another artistic conception appeared which seemed to be describing a natural scenery. On the picture in everyone's minds, there were not only sunlight and breeze, but they could also vaguely see flying butterflies and running fawns. Suddenly, the music of the guqin changed and was no longer peaceful and happy. It became rapid and sharp. Only at this moment Qin Mengrua was like a noble princess who was holding a sword, one that could fight on a battlefield and command thousands of horses and soldiers. She was the female general of the battlefield who was holy, noble and inviolable. The sound of the flute similarly changed. It became sharp but without losing grace. He was like a knight on the battlefield who was invincible. The style of the guqin's music and the flute's music changed continuously, and the artistic conception they were revealing also continued to blur. At the start, everyone could clearly feel the artistic conception expressed by the music, but later, no pictures could appear in their minds. Naturally, they would not doubt the musical attainments of Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu. Maybe they were too accomplished, so much so that they could not feel that artistic conception in the music. From the beginning to the end, Yi Futian had been listening quietly, as if he was enjoying the music. It was indeed pleasurable to hear the two cooperating to perform the music. It was only that there was a fly in the ointment. Finally, the music from the guqin and from the flute stopped gradually. The entire place still seemed to be silent. Nobody made any sound, as if they were still immersed in the artistic conception before. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Qin Mengruo. Someone marveled uncontrollably. The music from the princess is really engaging. The music contains so many different artistic conceptions which were switched so easily and perfectly. Qian Shanmu could fit the sound of the flute so perfectly into the music of the guqin. He deserves to be called the most skilled musician in the young generation of the Eastern Barren Territory, a monk marveled. He was from the Qianqiu Temple. He was not flattering Qian Shanmu. Even though Qian Shanmu was one of the brightest geniuses among the young generation, nobody in the place would need to flatter him. Everyone present was from top forces, so they did not need to please Qian Shanmu. Nevertheless, his play was indeed good and deserved compliments. Yi Futian similarly felt that it was good. The words of the monk from the Qianqiu Temple were true. It was not difficult to play a good piece of music. The difficult part was that Qian Shanmu had always been following the rhythm of Qin Mengruo's music and was never detached. The sound of the flute and the music of the guqin merged with each other perfectly, as if they were just one in the first place. This was the most difficult thing. Although Yi Futian was adept at playing the guqin, he knew that he still could not cooperate with another person. This would require an extremely accomplished musician. He who is famous definitely has the abilities. Since Qian Shanmu was reputed to be the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, he undoubtedly had the skills. Qin Mengruo raised her head and nodded lightly at Qian Shanmu. Her eyes were filled with a gentle smile, causing even the scenery around to be paled into insignificance. It's my pleasure to be able to play with the princess. Qian Shanmu nodded to return the salute. His voice was very mild, like a modest gentleman. Maybe the event today can become a favorite tale in the future, someone from the Donghua clan said with laughter. Everyone's eyes sparkled, and they all had a special feeling. Indeed, just like what the person from the Donghua clan had said, all the people from the various top forces witnessed the event on that day. The princess from the Qin dynasty was absolutely beautiful and unparalleled at playing music, while Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan, being the best musician, was glorious and played the flute with Qin Mengruo's guqin. This could indeed become a nice story. Please don't laugh at me if I have performed poorly. If there are any flaws, I hope that you will point out to me. Qin Mengruo smiled and looked at everyone. She was noble and elegant but without losing her humbleness. How do you feel about it? Lu Feiyang asked Yi Futian. He was not good at music, so he was unable to comment on anything. He only knew that Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo were very skilled at playing music, but did not know specifically how good they were. After all, it was only a normal piece of music, and not released in the form of a musical spell. If it was a spell, their abilities could be judged by the powers of the spell. Very strong. It is extremely hard for Qian Shanmu to continuously compliment Qin Mengruo's music. If he plays his own music, he can easily cause people to be absorbed into his artistic conception, Yi Futian said. Qian Shanmu was indeed strong. Although he had a poor impression of the Donghua clan, he would not deliberately belittle the people there. Lu Feiyang smiled and glanced at Yi Futian. This arrogant guy also knows how to praise others. However, this was normal, as Qian Shanmu was the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory after all. How could such an outstanding person be weak? Qian Shanmu is not only good at the bamboo flute. He is proficient in any type of music, and is very adept at playing the guqin as well, Lu Feiyang said softly. Yi Futian nodded gently. Princess, your music is impeccable, Qian Shanmu said. As the best musician, he naturally had the authority to say so. I'm flattered, Qin Mengruo smiled and said. I heard that Gu Biyue from the witch clan and the cottage disciple Yi Futian are also experts in music. They must be very outstanding as well. I am but Mr. Ye's defeated opponent, the witch Gu Biyue said as she smiled gently. She looked at Yi Futian as if she did not mind the defeat at all. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Yi Futian. At that time in the ancient barren world, Yi Futian was already famous and attracted the attention of many before Xiao Wuji even appeared. That was precisely because he had made the witch Gu Biyue from the witch clan his servant. The reason was that Gu Biyue lost to Yi Futian in terms of music. Subsequently, when Yi Futian became famous in the ancient barren world, many people knew about this. Naturally, they also knew that Yi Futian was good at music. Just now, many people might have purposely or unintentionally ignored Yi Futian, but the words from Qin Mengrua and Gu Biyue drew everyone's gaze towards him. The looks of the people from the different forces were not the same. The people from the Futian sword clan came from the first summit, and the expressions of Li Daoyun and Li Daoqing were clearly unhappy, especially Li Daoyun. One of his arms was broken by Yi Futian, forcing him to change to a left-hand sword. Furthermore, Lu Qinyu, the lady that he liked, was also beside Yi Futian at the moment. It would then be easy to imagine Li Daoyun's hatred towards Yi Futian. Qin Mengrua looked at Yi Futian with her charming eyes. Yi Futian smiled and said, "I only have some knowledge about music, and am not very skilled at it. Princess, your music is excellent. You don't need my advice." "Mr. Yi, you are being too humble. In the ancient barren world you displayed outstanding talent, and the world knew about you in just one day. Many different forces went and wanted you to join as their disciple. In the end, you entered the cottage." Qin Mengrua smiled and said, "The cottage only has 7 disciples. Including you, there are only 8. Now, many people in the ancient barren world say that after you cultivate for a few more years, you will probably become unparalleled among your peers." A strange look appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. The king's grandson, Qin Li, devalued him openly, but Qin Mengrua praised him like this in public. What did that mean? Many people turned and looked at Yi Futian one after another. Many people did not fully agree that Yi Futian would become unparalleled among his peers. How many geniuses are there in the Eastern Barren Territory? Who can say that he is unparalleled? People like Qian Shanmu only dared to call himself unparalleled in terms of music. The people in the world claim that the cottage only takes in unparalleled figures. In the ancient barren world, Yi Futian has displayed excellent talents, but we do not know how strong he is. Now that we have the chance, our Donghua clan would like to know more. Someone in the Donghua clan zone said slowly. It seemed that he wanted to challenge Yi Futian publicly. The people from the other forces all seemed to be interested. Qin Mengrua praised Yi Futian, saying that he would be unparalleled. Then the Donghua clan wanted to challenge him. Did they want to prove themselves? Did they want to flatter Yi Futian and then defeat him? Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. The 5th brother had said that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan had teamed up. Now Qin Mengrua had played Guqin at this location. He had also realized something. The scene at the moment seemed like they were trying to flatter and then defeat him. The words from Qin Mengrua had lifted him to such a high position. If he was defeated in the fight, the legend of the cottage would also be crushed from then on. If he won, that would just be expected, and it would not have any effects on the Donghua clan because he was a cottage disciple. Today, I have come here to enjoy the play from the princess. Wouldn't a battle be inelegant? Yi Futian smiled and did not bother about the challenge. He actually rejected it. A weird expression appeared on the face of everyone. He should have heard the words from Qin Li, the king's grandson. Doesn't he want to prove his own strength? Are you too afraid to fight? Li Daoqing said in a cold voice. You still have the face to speak? Yu Sheng glanced at Li Daoqing. Seeing Yu Sheng, Li Daoqing's face darkened. He still vividly recalled Yu Sheng beating him violently in the ancient barren world on that day. The people in the world are already comparing you to the best geniuses in the ancient barren world. Today, right here, Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan has already displayed his musical attainments. As a cottage disciple, if you avoid the battle, wouldn't it attract much criticism from others? Qin Mengrua's voice was gentle and her face was filled with a smile, appearing to be extremely polite. However, when her words fell in Yi Futian's ears, it sounded very aggressive. Was she alluding that if he avoided the battle and did not perform, he would not be qualified to compare with Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan? Yi Futian smiled and said, Princess, today you have played the Guqin here, and the people from the different forces have come here to enjoy. First, it is a pleasurable event. However, because something else has been added to it, the event is no longer that nice anymore. A doubtful expression appeared on everyone's face. What does this mean? Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Qin Mengrua asked. Princess, just now, you asked me to advise you on your music? Yi Futian smiled and said. If there are any inadequacies, please advise. Qin Mengrua smiled and said. All right. Yi Futian nodded, after which he smiled and said, if the two of you want to use music to date each other, go ahead. Don't drag me into it. After speaking, he turned around and left. One of the top 3 beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory? So what? It's none of my business. Chapter 232. You don't know about music. Chapter 232. You don't know about music. Today, Qin Mengrua had played her guqin at this place, and invited the people from the various forces to come and enjoy. Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan came and used his flute to follow the music. The guqin and the flute were played together, and the music was very pleasant. Previously, Lu Feiyang had asked Yi Futian how he felt about the music. Lu Feiyang did not know much about music, but Yi Futian could feel the artistic conception within the music. The sound of Qian Shanmu's flute had always changed according to the changes in Qin Mengrua's music. The artistic conception there seemed to say that a gentleman would be a good match for a beautiful and graceful lady. Later, the music turned increasingly harmonious, as if the husband and the wife were becoming reconciled. Therefore, Yi Futian would feel that although the music was good, there was still a fly in the ointment. Along with what the fifth brother Luofan had said earlier, Yi Futian guessed that the so-called guqin recital on the day was actually a meetup between the two forces which were trying to be allied through marriage. It was the marriage between the little princess from the Qin dynasty and the genius from the Donghua clan. One of them was one of the top 3 beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory and liked music, while the other was the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory. Indeed, they were a match made in heaven. If the two forces did team up, arranging such a marriage would naturally be very meaningful. However, the two were not ordinary people either, and the seniors would definitely not be able to decide on their marriage with just a sentence. Perhaps that was why the guqin recital was held. It all seemed to be elegant and delightful. In fact, not just Yi Futian had guessed it, but people from many forces also had a similar feeling. Maybe it was only a meetup between the Princess Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu on that day. All the rest were mere decorations for the two to stand out. They used music to understand each other and play together. Just like what the person from the Donghua clan had said earlier, perhaps this would become a nice story. In the future, it would be natural for such an outstanding pair to be together. So the event on that day would also become a favorite tale. However, all of this was disrupted by one sentence from Yi Futian. Just that one line destroyed the entire atmosphere. Yi Futian said bluntly that if they were trying to date each other, they should not drag him into it. Such a happy event sounded exceptionally vulgar from his mouth. After he finished that sentence, everyone's look stagnated and they all felt speechless. Every Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu were too surprised to react. They looked in astonishment at Yi Futian, who was leaving. The witch Gu Bus smiled and looked in Yi Futian's direction. This guy really doesn't give anybody face. The looks from Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu were also stunned, and a strange expression appeared on both of their faces. Today they felt quite comfortable about the meeting and had a favorable impression about each other. However, Yi Futian's words immediately caused their happy mood to turn somewhat terrible. Stop! A cold voice was heard. The person who spoke was a cultivator from the Donghua clan. Yi Futian stopped and then turned around slowly. Looking at the person from the Donghua clan, he asked, "What?" Today, he was asked by Lu Feiyang to come and join in the fun. The cottage did not bother much about external affairs. This could be seen from the attitude of the fifth brother. Whether the Qin dynasty teamed up with the Donghua clan or not, the cottage was unconcerned, and naturally, Yi Futian would be unconcerned as well. He also did not care about the marriage between the two forces. Whether Qin Mengrua would be together with Qian Shanmu or not, what did it have to do with him? However, they deliberately wanted to drag him in. He could not tolerate this. The Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the college were the 3 most influential forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now 2 of them teamed up. Did they want to purposely suppress the college? Although the cottage was not on good terms with the college, it was a symbol of the college after all. If they could defeat the cottage, that would be equivalent to defeating the college. Therefore, did they want to begin by defeating Yi Futian? Since this was the case, he would no longer need to give them any face. Even if you are a cottage disciple, isn't it inappropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Someone from the Donghua clan said emotionlessly. Yi Futian was not wrong. Today's event was indeed a meeting between Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu. However, the atmosphere of such a glorious meetup was totally destroyed by one sentence from Yi Futian. The feeling of the people from the Donghua clan could then be well imagined. The marriage was rather important for both forces. If the important people from both forces were married, there would naturally be less deceit and distrust when the two forces were trying to cooperate. It was particularly important for the Donghua clan. After all, if they were married, Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan would bring the Qin dynasty princess back to the Donghua clan. This would help to increase their reputation, whether it was for Qian Shanmu himself or all of the Donghua clan. Moreover, from then on the Donghua clan would have two of the top 3 beauties in the Eastern Barren Territory. To the Donghua clan, which wanted to become the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, they naturally would not want to miss out on such an opportunity, and all hoped that Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua could be together. Where have I been inappropriate? Please advise, Yi Futian smiled and said. Since he had already done so, he would not be afraid of what the others would say. The princess and my Donghua clan disciple, Qian Shanmu, played their instruments together. It is supposed to be a very nice event, but in your mouth it appears to be so vulgar and unbearable. Is this how the people from the cottage behave? The young man from the Donghua clan asked. Yi Futian glanced at the person with a cold look. Do the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan want to step on the cottage so badly? The college was not a clan, and the cottage also did not participate in external disputes. Even if the Qin dynasty teamed up with the Donghua clan, why did they want to suppress the college so much? Was it because they wanted to become the 2 most influential forces in the Eastern Barren Territory? If they really surpassed the cottage and the college, whenever people in the world were to mention about the best forces in the Eastern Barren Territory, they would indeed only think about the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. Furthermore, since the 2 forces had teamed up, they would surely be able to gather many talents in the world in just a single call. I think that certainly everyone knows about how the cottage behaves. Actually, I should ask your Donghua clan. Since you have done it, why do you not dare to admit it? It is indeed a nice story for the young geniuses of the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan to be married, so why do you bother to cover it? Or does the Donghua clan think that this is a very embarrassing thing? Yi Futian asked back, and the people from the Donghua clan were actually rendered speechless. Definitely, they could not say that the meeting between Qian Shanmu and the princess was embarrassing. In addition, they could not even deny Yi Futian's words. If on this day they denied the fact that Qian Shanmu and the princess were using music to know each other, they would be slapping themselves again when the 2 were to marry in the future. In short, after Yi Futian said that sentence, the entire atmosphere was destroyed and everything seemed to be different. The people from the Donghua clan went into silence and actually did not know how to reply. I have heard before that the cottage disciples are not only capable in terms of talent and strength, but are also highly skilled in speaking. Today, after seeing you, I have learned that this is indeed true. At that moment, a voice spread out slowly. The person who spoke was the genius Qian Shanmu from the Donghua clan. Obviously, Qian Shanmu was mocking the cottage disciples for only being able to talk their way out. However, his words appeared to be much more elegant, so Yi Futian seemed somewhat vulgar in contrast. Indeed, I have long wished to meet with the princess today. Hearing her music, I have learned a lot about her. As many things can be expressed through music. Because I was interested, I played the music together with her. However, you have actually described this as such a terrible event. Qian Shanmu's voice was still very calm and he was not angry. He said slowly, I have heard before that you are an expert in music. Now it seems that you don't know about music at all. His words sounded casual, but they seemed to determine Yi Futian's status at once. As the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, since he said openly that Yi Futian did not know about music, then it must be true that Yi Futian indeed did not. Yi Futian similarly looked at Qian Shanmu calmly. The 2 forces were trying to be allied through marriage, and used this opportunity to suppress him. From Qian Shanmu's words, it sounded like everything was Yi Futian's fault, as if the happiness on that day was all destroyed because of Yi Futian. Precisely because of this, he was appraised as not knowing any music. Because of Qian Shanmu's identity, the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, His judgment towards Yi Futian would surely spread quickly in the Eastern Barren territory. Yi Futian stared at Qian Shanmu with a somewhat unhappy look. If you think that my words are inappropriate, you can challenge me. Qian Shanmu seemed to have noticed Yi Futian's unhappiness and continued to say so. In terms of music, his words were like the rules. Yi Futian suddenly smiled. As the best musician in the Eastern Barren territory, the ability Qian Shanmu had been cultivating was music, and this was his strongest part. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the Dharma plane. With his strong talent, his music could even deal with those who had just entered the Arcana plane. How could Yi Futian challenge him? He was really bullying Yi Futian. However, what could Yi Futian do when he was suppressed in such a way? The people in the world did not care about their levels but only the scene when the two were confronting each other. You're right, Yi Futian suddenly smiled and said. Indeed, I do not know about music. Is he admitting defeat? The people from the Donghua clan sneered. Qian Shanmu's expression was still calm. It was not an honorable thing for him to use music to suppress Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian's words were very aggressive and he had to do something. Otherwise, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would really lose face. Just now, which person from the Donghua clan wanted to challenge me? Just as the people from the Donghua clan were sneering, Yi Futian said. Seeing this scene, the eyes of many sparkled. Finally, he cannot bear it anymore? From the Donghua clan direction, a young person stepped out. Gu Ming. Everyone saw the person and many knew him. He was a very gifted junior in the Donghua clan, and it was said that his combat abilities were very strong. Gu Ming, 5th level Dharma plane, he said to Yi Futian, indicating his name and level. His age was similar to Yi Futian's, so if he could win, Yi Futian would no longer be a legend. It seemed that the Donghua clan and the Qin dynasty indeed wanted to deliberately suppress the cottage, and would start this from Yi Futian. Yi Futian, 4th level Dharma plane, Yi Futian said slowly. Then he sat down alone on the ground. Some light flashed and the Guqin spirit appeared. In front of Yi Futian, an illusory Guqin emerged on which musical notes seemed to be beating. Seeing the scene, a strange expression appeared on everyone's face. Against Gu Ming, Yi Futian chose to sit down directly and release the Guqin spirit. Clearly, Yi Futian was planning to battle with musical spells. Just a while ago, Qian Shanmu said that Yi Futian did not know about music, and he himself also admitted so. Then, he released the Guqin spirit and would use music to deal with the person from the Donghua clan. Yu Sheng glanced at Qian Shanmu and the people from the Donghua clan with a cold look. At first, Yi Futian was not interested in fighting at all, but the people from the Donghua clan kept forcing him. Since this was the case, he wanted to see what expressions the people from the Donghua clan would have after he, whom the Donghua clan genius Qian Shanmu claimed to not know music, used music to defeat a person from the Donghua clan. Chapter 233 Overpowered. Chapter 233. Overpowered. The music from the Guqin spread out. Sitting down cross-legged, Yi Futian started to play the Guqin. When his slender fingers stroked on the strings, he seemed to be the only person left in the entire place. The Guqin and his senses merged together. In just an instant, Yi Futian entered the state to battle. With a cold expression on his face, Gu Ming stepped forward. His body was immediately filled with purple lightning, which was extremely violent. A very potent force seemed to be penetrating across the entire space, and in an instant, a sky-blotting power erupted. In this terrifying lightning storm, many frightening lightning swords gradually emerged, and the scene was absolutely shocking. Everyone around gazed at Gu Ming. Although he was only in the 5th level Dharma plane, he was somewhat famous in the Donghua clan and was a very powerful cultivator. In particular, he was outstanding in terms of combat powers. Otherwise, the Donghua clan would not select him to fight against Yi Futian. After all, even if Yi Futian had not displayed his combat abilities, based on his overpowering performance in the ancient barren world, he would definitely not be weak. There were vague signs that the Donghua clan would become the top clan in the Eastern Barren territory, and it could then be well imagined how strong their spells were. A vast and invincible might engulf the whole garden, making Yi Futian, who was sitting down cross-legged, appear to be particularly small. Behind Gu Ming, a realization of Dharma appeared. It was a shocking lightning storm which contained many sharp swords, accompanying an incredibly fierce roar. The might of the lightning seemed to have surpassed the music from the guqin, and a spell bloomed out. The purple lightning divine sword fell from the sky and shot towards Yi Futian directly. When the appalling spell attack fell, Yi Futian's right hand slid very smoothly across the strings of the guqin. Immediately, the sound of thunder blasted out and a terrifying musical storm collided directly into the incoming spell. Both the lightning power and the sword actually crushed and exploded simultaneously, turning into spiritual qi which vanished into the air. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Yi Futian's music seemed to be totally suppressed by the might enveloping the region, but his attack was actually like the lightning from the highest heavens, crushing Gu Ming's spell attack directly in an overbearing manner. After his attack, Yi Futian started to play slowly again. The music was melodious and the musical storm permeated the entire region, slowly spreading out into the surrounding. Gu Ming frowned, and then the purple lightning divine sword in the sky burst out again. This time it was more fierce. The horrifying sky-blotting attack annihilated space itself and pressed down on the seemingly tiny figure. Yi Futian did not lift his head. The strings of the guqin vibrated and the musical notes pulsated. At the instant when the opponent's attack landed, another frightful piece of music bloomed. The invisible music seemed to be mixed with noble will, and cut open the sharp sword directly, extinguishing all the lightning. Everyone discovered that Yi Futian's temperament was changing slowly. As the music spread out, he seemed to have turned into a noble figure. The previously small him had become an unshakable noble at the moment. He was as steady as a mountain which nobody could move at all. Meanwhile, the musical storm also became increasingly powerful, and it gradually enveloped Gu Ming completely. Such a strong spiritual will. Everyone seemed to feel something. At the moment, the entire space which Gu Ming was in was already engulfed by the growing spiritual storm. Qin Mengrua walked out of the pavilion. She was graceful and charming. At the moment she was gazing at Yi Futian. His music was so pure, as if nobody could disrupt his rhythm and music when he was playing, not even Gu Ming's violent attacks. At the instant when he touched the guqin, he seemed to have fused with the music. Gu Ming also seemed to have felt the terrifying spiritual storm that filled the entire place. Music from the guqin was contained in the storm, as if it could burst out a shocking power at any moment. The musical sorcerer class belonged to the spiritual sorcerer, and they were very strong at spiritual attacks. Naturally, Gu Ming knew that the longer this battle was dragged on, the more disadvantageous his situation would be. A powerful noble will erupted from his body, which seemed to have become more burly and all-powerful. Since the Donghua clan had asked him to fight, he definitely had obtained the noble fate. Yi Futian had the superior noble fate. Thus, even if someone without noble fate was at a higher level than Yi Futian, he would still be easily defeated by Yi Futian. At this moment, Gu Ming's might became even stronger. In his Dharma storm, the purple sword bloomed like a noble lightning sword. At this instant, it flashed out like lightning and penetrated across space directly, shooting towards Yi Futian at an incredible speed. Yi Futian did not seem to have noticed the sword. He stroked on the strings of the guqin, and as the musical storm flew out, the lightning sword which was flying towards him was eradicated immediately. Gu Ming's expression changed again, and his realization of Dharma spewed out a stronger lightning sword. However, at the instant when the sword appeared, a horrifying musical storm landed and crushed it directly. Hence, a very weird scene appeared. Whenever Gu Ming's spell just managed to form, it would be destroyed right away. Even more terrifyingly, the music was becoming more and more lively and charged into Gu Ming's realization of Dharma, destroying everything in its way. Gu Ming felt that even his Dharma was going to collapse and his life spirit was trembling. The music spread into everyone's ears. They only felt that at the moment Yi Futian was not only a noble but also an emperor, a young king. When he sat there, he could overlook everyone else. An amazing scene appeared in front of their eyes. They seemed to have seen a young emperor sitting high up, looking down at the sky, overlooking all of them, making them want to surrender to him. The artistic conception that Gu Ming felt was the most intense. Apart from the scary artistic conception, there were also aggressive musical spells which would crush all spiritual powers. Whenever he tried to gather spiritual energy to resist, it would be eliminated directly. Everyone saw that the spiritual qi around Gu Ming was becoming weaker and weaker, and that his spells could no longer form. Even his realization of Dharma was pressured and weakened. A muffled humph was heard. Without notice, everyone discovered to their astonishment that the previously all-powerful and mighty Gu Ming was actually slowly losing the ability to resist at the moment, as his powers were nibbled away bit by bit. On the other hand, Yi Futian was still playing his music. He was sitting cross-legged and was calm and placid, as if he was just playing quietly. He did not even look like he was fighting. The music continued, and the young man who was playing was like an emperor, who alarmed the world with just a piece of music and caused everyone to submit to him. Sweat seeped out from Gu Ming's forehead, who was engulfed in the musical will, and his whole body was wet. He tried wildly to resist the pressure exerted on him by the overpowering spiritual will, and was not willing to surrender, but his spiritual energy was continuously attacked. He only felt that his own willpower was also collapsing. He lost. Everyone's eyes sparkled. Clearly, Gu Ming was defeated, and he was defeated badly. From the beginning to the end, Yi Futian never once launched any other attack. He was merely playing music. However, Gu Ming had already lost all his strength at the moment. His body was trembling as if he was struggling, and his legs were bent slightly, as if he would kneel on the ground at any moment. The grandson of the king of Qin claimed that Yi Futian had never displayed his combat abilities. However, based on his performance in the ancient barren world, how could his combat powers be weak? The Donghua clan wanted to test that. Gu Ming fought with Yi Futian, but how much of Yi Futian's true strength did they see? Nobody knew. He only displayed his musical skills. A deep roar came from Gu Ming's mouth. Stop. His legs were slightly curved, as if he was going to kneel down or lie on the ground. The willpower was too strong and about to cause him to collapse. He knew that even if Yi Futian wanted to kill him at the moment, it could be done. However, Yi Futian obviously would not kill a disciple from the Donghua clan. Thus, he would use such a way to humiliate Gu Ming. How could Gu Ming tolerate such embarrassment? I do not know about music. Why do you want me to stop? Yi Futian did not stop and said so in a toneless voice, after which he lowered his head and continued to play. At first, he was not interested in fighting, but the opposite party kept forcing him. Such being the case, he agreed to the fight. Now Gu Ming lost but did not even admit defeat. Did he expect Yi Futian to stop just by asking? Since Gu Ming wanted to disgrace the cottage by humiliating Yi Futian, naturally he would need to be prepared to be humiliated as well. Everyone around seemed to be interested. At the moment, Yi Futian said again that he did not know about music, and this was like slapping on the faces of the people from the Donghua clan. The best musician from the Donghua clan, Qian Shanmu, said openly that Yi Futian did not know anything about music. Now a disciple from the Donghua clan was humiliated by Yi Futian's music. This was somewhat ironic. How dare you? Seeing that Gu Ming was about to be humiliated, someone from the Donghua clan stepped out. He, a friend of Gu Ming, was in the 6th level Dharma plane and felt very strong. If Gu Ming was forced to kneel today, the Donghua clan would be in shame in the future. His body flashed, and he seemed to be extremely imposing. Golden light bloomed out, and it was as if his body was made from gold and filled with invincible powers. Then he ran straight towards Yi Futian. Lu Feiyang frowned. Since it was a challenge and Gu Ming had also not admitted defeat, why should Yi Futian stop? Another person from the Donghua clan actually meddled in to attack. In addition, the people from the Donghua clan showed no signs of stopping him. A strange expression appeared on the face of everyone. The Donghua clan has caused this fight in the first place. Now are they losing control? Dong. A deep sound was heard. Beside Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu, Yu Sheng stepped out, and devil-like wings appeared behind his back. Dark golden light glittered on his body and converged into a golden axe, landing before Yi Futian directly and charging towards the incoming Donghua clan disciple. At this very moment, his burly body seemed to have turned into a devil. The cultivator from the Donghua clan gave a cold humph and his fists punched into the air. He was good at martial arts and his attack power was shocking. The terrifying golden auroras from his fists penetrated across space, as he punched out one blow after another. His momentum increased madly, as if he would crush any attacks in his way. Against the incoming attack, Yu Sheng did not dodge at all. An incredibly wild power burst out from his body, and his battle axe struck out directly, all the way forward with an indomitable will. There were no martial arts techniques at all, only a pure slash. His move, in the eyes of everyone else, was like cutting a piece of wood. He chopped the opponent's powerful boxing technique as if it was a mere piece of wood. As his axe struck down, the auroras from the opponent's fists were split apart continuously. It was as if he was just breaking a piece of bamboo and his attack was unstoppable. The expression of the cultivator from the Donghua clan changed slightly, and his realization of Dharma bloomed out from his body. Immediately, a terrifying might erupted fiercely. Thousands of auroras from his fists destroyed the space and struck towards the incoming Yu Sheng, as if they were going to eliminate everything. A monstrous light flashed on Yu Sheng's devil-like wings which spanned across the air, while the battle axe in his hand swung continuously at an incredible speed. In the sky, only images from the axe could be seen as they crushed the auroras from the fist steadily. Is he battling or cutting wood? When the rest saw Yu Sheng's attack, a strange expression appeared on their faces. The wood was all cut, and Yu Sheng's battle axe struck towards the person from the Donghua clan. Thud! A stream of blood erupted and the cultivator from the Donghua clan backed off quickly. On his chest, a strip of blood appeared, and he was almost cut into two like a piece of wood. Chapter 234 Fury. Chapter 234. Fury Bang. A loud sound was heard as Yu Sheng landed on the ground and stood steadily in front of Futian. Even the ground seemed to have trembled. His devil-like wings flapped and the golden axe in his hands had yet to dissipate. He glanced at the people from the Donghua clan in disdain. The cultivators from the Donghua clan walked forward one after another. The bloodstain on the person who had fought with Yu Sheng previously was shocking, as if he would be cut into two by the axe had he been only slightly slower. However, Yu Sheng's level was only the 4th level Dharma plane, while the cultivator from the Donghua clan was in the 6th level Dharma plane. Who is he? Some people felt very shocked, after which they recalled a person. They recalled the genius who once followed Futian and made 4 nobles appear on the Mirror Mountain stone wall in the ancient barren world. His name was Yu Sheng. Only the best geniuses could display 4 nobles in the ancient barren world. However, Yu Sheng's existence could hardly be remembered, because Futian was present as well. He caused the Mirror Mountain stone wall to dim, and later entered the cottage as a disciple. Therefore, Yu Sheng was instead ignored by the rest. However, at the moment, everyone just seemed to realize that apart from Futian, there was another person in the cottage called Yu Sheng. This young man called Yu Sheng almost killed the 6th level Dharma plane cultivator from the Donghua clan by swinging his axe randomly. I am but the woodcutter in the cottage. You can't even win against me. Do you still have the face to challenge a cottage disciple? Yu Sheng glanced at the opposite party with a wild look and said in a cold tone, "The challenge is fine. Now that you can't win, you want to attack us together?" Everyone around felt speechless. Yu Sheng claimed that he was the woodcutter of the cottage. Then the genius from the Donghua clan was even lesser than a woodcutter. Also, the way that Yu Sheng used his axe just now was indeed without any technique. He clearly looked like he was cutting a piece of wood, as if he had really only been cutting wood in the cottage. On the other side of the battlefield, the crazily struggling Gu Ming was extremely unwilling to be defeated. He used his strong willpower to resist the musical pressure from Futian, but his spirit was finally going to collapse. Following a muffled humph, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned completely pale. He wanted to admit defeat, but after losing his momentum, his willpower was crushed directly. The emperor pressure within the music caused his will to surrender, and he knelt down right away without managing to admit defeat. Although the sound of him kneeling down was not loud, everyone's heart trembled because of it. On this day, the Donghua clan had lost all its face. In both battles, the people from the Donghua clan were at a higher level. However, one was injured by a randomly striking axe, while the other knelt down and submitted to his opponent. "Stand up." A sound seemed to have interrupted all the music and erupted in Gu Ming's ears directly, causing his body to tremble vigorously. Looking at the ground and noticing that he was kneeling down, Gu Ming could only feel his face turning red as an endless feeling of humiliation surged in his mind. As a genius from the Donghua clan, He actually knelt down during the Guqin recital in front of so many people from the various top forces. This meant that from then on, he would never be able to wash away the shame. No matter where Gu Ming would go in the future, the others would recall him kneeling down on this day. The Donghua clan would also probably stop training him from the moment on. For the Donghua clan, which wanted to become the best clan in the Eastern Barren Territory, their aim would be to surpass the college and the cottage. Therefore, they would not allow a person who had knelt down in front of a cottage disciple to represent the Donghua clan. The musical storm dissipated and vanished in an instant, while Yi Futian's Guqin spirit also disappeared. Qian Shanmu claimed that he did not know about music, but at the moment how would Qian Shanmu feel? Yi Futian raised his head and looked at Qian Shanmu, who was opposite him. The music could be interrupted, but Qian Shanmu would not be able to take back his previous words after all. With Qian Shanmu's identity, the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren Territory, when he dismissed someone as not knowing any music, then the person naturally knew little about music. However, Yi Futian deliberately used music and easily overpowered another genius in the Donghua clan. Qian Shanmu also looked at Yi Futian. Even at this moment still not much emotion could be seen in his eyes. Qian Shanmu could keep calm, but Gu Ming could not. Following a loud bang, lightning flooded the sky, and sword auroras whizzed in anger. His speed was extremely fast and he flashed out as violently as a bolt of lightning. At the moment, even his eyes turned purple, and they were filled with an endless amount of humiliation and hatred. This battle would very likely cause him to lose everything that he had. Lifting his head, Yi Futian saw the hatred-filled eyes, from which he could understand a lot. He also knew what this battle would cost Gu Ming. But when Gu Ming walked out wanting to become famous by defeating a cottage disciple, was he not prepared for such an outcome? Bang! A loud noise was heard and a very wild power erupted. Everyone saw Gu Ming charge towards Yi Futian and hit him with an all-powerful lightning might. At this instant, it was as if Yi Futian could not react in time, or did not expect Gu Ming to attack all of a sudden. The lightning swept onto Yi Futian's body and the lightning sword stabbed towards him. It was as if the sharp sword with the lightning would kill Yi Futian. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled, even including the onlookers from the different forces. It was alright to battle and learn from each other. Even if Gu Ming was humiliated, that was also because he was less skilled than his opponent. However, if he really killed a cottage disciple, it would be a much more serious matter. Gu Ming, of course, did not manage to kill Yi Futian. In fact, the moment he moved, Yi Futian was already aware. When Gu Ming's attack landed on him, his body no longer seemed to be made from blood and flesh, but instead he was like a real divine ape. Yi Futian was skilled at many abilities, but apart from the freedom meditation and the multi-elemental life spirit, his most fundamental ability was the body-enhancing technique that Emperor Yi Qing had passed to him. The body-enhancing technique was meant to build an extremely strong physical body. How strong was Yi Futian's physical body at the moment? Gu Ming's attack would not be able to damage his body. In the eyes of everyone else, the purple lightning was flashing on Yi Futian, and the sharp sword was about to penetrate through his body. However, at this moment, Gu Ming, who was close to Yi Futian, lifted his head in horror, as if he could believe something. Apart from hatred, his eyes were also filled with intense fear. Yi Futian's look was still emotionless, as if he was unconcerned about everything. His eyes caused Gu Ming to feel chilly throughout his body. Only at this moment he truly realized that Yi Futian had never viewed him as an opponent. In Yi Futian's eyes, Gu Ming was totally non-existent. His hatred and humiliation only came from his own confidence and trying to bite off more than he could chew. He was very strong in his attack abilities. However, when his attack landed directly onto Yi Futian's body, it could not even break Yi Futian's defense. Gu Ming's feelings could then be well imagined. A wave of coldness swept across Gu Ming's body as he just realized what he had done. He was trying to surprise attack and kill a cottage disciple. Losing that battle would probably cause him to lose a lot, but if he really killed a cottage disciple, what would he end up in? Would the cottage let him off? Maybe. He already would not be able to wait until the cottage found him. An extremely strong aura enveloped Yi Futian. Gu Ming only started to back away at the moment, but Yi Futian already punched out. Bang! Accompanying a loud noise, Gu Ming lay on the ground and blood bloomed out. Seeing the scene, everyone felt shocked. Yi Futian is actually not injured at all? Such a powerful attack from Gu Ming landed on his body at such a close range. He actually has no reaction. What defense spells or abilities did Yi Futian cultivate? Now this is a tragedy for Gu Ming. Gu Ming was easily defeated by music and knelt on the ground to submit. Then he tried a surprise attack which was actually totally useless. He was overpowered again. Dong. At that moment Yusheng stepped forward in large steps. His look was wild and extremely cold as he stared firmly at Gu Ming, who was lying on the ground. A moment ago, Gu Ming's lightning sword stabbed Yi Futian's chest where his heart was. Did he want to catch Yi Futian by surprise and kill him? Although Gu Ming failed, his attack was still sufficient to enrage Yusheng. At the moment he was like a violent beast, and a wild breath was released fiercely from his body. Everyone around was able to feel how strong Yusheng's fury was. Very soon Yusheng appeared in front of Gu Ming. A terrifying golden light appeared on his hand. As if in the next instant, the shattering power would crush down. What do you want to do? Gu Ming lifted his head. He seemed to have felt the wildness within Yusheng's eyes at the moment and was horrified. What did Yusheng want to do to him? The people from the Donghua clan were also stunned. They frowned and all looked at Yusheng. Then someone said in a cold voice, "What do you want to do?" Yusheng ignored the person and raised his own arm. "Stop! How dare you!" The people from the Donghua clan roared in anger. With Yusheng's strength, if he landed the blow, Gu Ming's outcome could clearly be imagined. Yusheng did not seem to have heard them and punched his fist down, smashing Gu Ming's chest. Following a loud bang, Gu Ming's miserable cry erupted, as well as the clear sound of bones cracking apart wildly. Chapter 235. A disturbance triggered by a Guqin recital. Chapter 235. A disturbance triggered by a Guqin recital. Complete silence. At the moment, apart from Gu Ming's low and miserable cry, there were no other sounds. Everyone stared at the figure who was curled up on the ground in pain. Gu Ming had no more strength left in his body. It was as if he was going to be paralyzed. His bones had been broken and his meridians were broken, and the spiritual qi in his body was leaking out. Everyone naturally knew what a terrifying consequence this blow had caused. Gu Ming's powers were permanently destroyed by the blow. Ah! The sharp cry of pain appeared to be particularly ear-piercing in the quietness. There was already no more hatred in Gu Ming's eyes, only an endless amount of sorrow and regret. Just now, when he thought that he was done for, it was only that he would no longer be considered as a genius and his prospect might be bleak. However, as long as he had the cultivation foundation, he still had the chance to climb back up. But now he was thoroughly done for, as his powers were permanently destroyed. Even if he could get some sympathy, his future was already foreseeable. Sympathy? No. The surrounding people from the many top forces did not even sympathize with Gu Ming. They glanced at him emotionlessly and only felt sorry for him. Since he wanted to challenge a cottage disciple, naturally he should be prepared to be defeated badly. Who dared to look down on the cottage? After being defeated, he actually wanted to kill Yi Futian with a surprise attack. Even if he succeeded and really killed Yi Futian, he would have probably died anyway. Since he was so impetuous, he certainly had to pay a price for it. Gu Ming's action was too foolish. It was only that nobody had expected Yusheng to be so irritable and decisive. He walked over directly, and without any hesitation, he permanently disabled Gu Ming with one punch. He did so in front of everyone from the Donghua clan. At the moment, the people from the Donghua clan looked as bitter as possible. The breath spreading from their bodies were extremely cold. Today they wanted to disgrace the cottage. In the end, Gu Ming knelt on the ground first, after which he was permanently disabled. The other person was also injured by the axe. The Donghua clan had lost all its face. It was, of course, wrong for Gu Ming to surprise attack Yi Futian, but Yi Futian was unscratched, while Gu Ming was permanently disabled. Yusheng and Yi Futian directly ignored the existence of the Donghua clan. How overbearing was that? Did the cottage attach any importance to the Donghua clan? Qin Mengruo's expression also changed irregularly, and appeared to be somewhat unhappy. Today, she was the one who invited everyone else to come and appreciate the music. She was the host of this Guqin recital. Similarly, she also represented the Qin dynasty. Yi Futian first did not give her any face and described the Guqin recital in a vulgar way. Then, he and Yu Shang were even more out of line. Where had they placed the Qin dynasty? Isn't it too much for you two to do this? Qin Mengruo's voice was still very pleasant, but the pleasant voice vaguely contained some coldness. Yu Shang lifted his head and glanced at Qin Mengruo, after which he said in a cold tone, "Shut up." Yu Shang was extremely unhappy with Qin Mengruo as she was the person who stirred up the trouble. It was all right for her to meet her lover from the Donghua clan. However, she had to put on an air of being cultured and drag the cottage and Yi Futian into trouble. Even if she did so, it was still all right. However, the Donghua clan was a sore loser and launched 2 unexpected attacks, and now Qin Mengruo was blaming them. Just now when Gu Ming launched the surprise attack, everyone could tell how much he wanted to kill Yi Futian. Luckily, Yi Futian was strong enough. What if he really had died from Gu Ming's sneak attack? This guy. Everyone looked at Yu Shang. He was really bad-tempered and did not even give the Princess Qin Mengruo any face, as he asked her to shut up directly. He did not have any compassion for this lady. Perhaps this word never even existed to his knowledge. A strange look appeared in the eyes of Qin Mengruo. Nobody had dared to berate her in such a manner. Even her brother, who was about to become the crown prince, also petted her. Many people from the Qin dynasty appeared, and the people from the Donghua clan also walked forward. The coldness from them started to spread out towards Yu Shang. Is it that the Donghua clan cannot afford to lose? Lu Feiyang frowned. The Donghua clan stirred up trouble in the first place, and after being defeated, they could not take it and launched 2 unexpected attacks. Should they not pay a price for this? Did they want to simply fight? My Donghua clan disciple is permanently disabled. Do you think we will just let it go? A person from the Donghua clan said in a cold voice. The Donghua clan was a force which was as famous as the college. If they just let the issue go, how would people all over the world view the Donghua clan? They would think that the Donghua clan was afraid of the cottage. The cottage was only a part of the college. If the Donghua clan was even afraid of the cottage, how could it become the top clan in the Eastern Barren territory? Therefore, they would naturally not give up easily. What do you want? Yi Futian walked forward and asked emotionlessly. Yu Shang was somewhat bad-tempered, but it was all because of him. Furthermore, Gu Ming not only wanted to kill him but actually launched a sneak attack in an attempt to kill him. Did they expect Yi Futian and Yu Shang to let Gu Ming return to the Donghua clan in one piece? Since the cottage disciples are so strong, we will have to challenge you. A frenzy breath was released from the Donghua clan disciples. In an instant, the spiritual qi in the entire region went completely wild. A few Donghua clan disciples stepped forward. An odd expression appeared on the faces of the people from the different top forces. At first, it was a simple Guqin recital, but now the event seemed to be getting out of hand. If the Donghua clan disciples really started to attack Yi Futian and Yu Shang, then since there were only 2 people from the cottage here, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Take him down. The people from the Donghua clan stared at Yu Shang coldly. Since he had disabled a Donghua clan disciple, how could they let this go easily? Yu Shang, the woodcutter of the cottage, would naturally need to provide justification. Wood elemental spells swept towards Yu Shang. They blotted out the sky and enveloped his body in an instant. Yu Shang raised his head and looked at the vines which were gushing towards him in the sky. Then devil-like wings bloomed out again and spiritual qi turned into a huge golden axe. Stomping on the ground, his body ascended into the air directly and the battle axe struck out. His actions were extremely quick and the light from his axe flooded the sky, cutting the vines into pieces continuously. Dong! A loud sound was heard and a large ancient clock appeared in the sky. When Yu Shang chopped all the vines apart, the enormous ancient clock fell from the sky. It was the realization of Dharma of a cultivator. The astonishing gravity spreading from it pressured Yu Shang's body, and the power released from it was enough to make Yu Shang collapse. Feeling the might of the ancient clock, Noble Will burst out from Yu Shang's body and fused into the battle axe in his hand. Then he hacked towards the ancient clock in the air. Following a loud bang, a crack appeared on the ancient clock as it was blown backward. Almost at the same moment, a golden rope swept towards that area like a thin snake and started to wind around Yu Shang. Yu Shang struck out his battle axe continuously onto the rope, but the rope did not seem to have experienced any force. When the battle axe hit, the rope would bounce back directly as if it was very soft. Yu Shang started to spin gently in the sky, and the battle axe turned into many afterimages as if he was a real woodcutter. When the rope was hit, it snapped immediately and did not have the chance to be bounced off at all. However, the rope seemed to be infinitely long and gushed towards Yu Shang constantly, blotting out the entire sky. The spells flew towards him endlessly, as if he would never be able to smash them all. The ancient clock vibrated again and pressed down on Yu Shang. Not only that, other spells were attacking Yu Shang as well. The people from the Donghua clan stood proudly in the air and surrounded Yu Shang, wanting to take him down. Below them, Gu Ming was also brought back by some people from the Donghua clan. Such a strong guy. Everyone gazed at Yu Shang, who was in the sky. Yu Shang's wild combat abilities were clear to them, as he could deal with a few cultivators from the Donghua clan whose levels were higher than him. If he was to fight someone of his level, nobody from the Donghua clan would be able to face him. Indeed, someone who could display 4 nobles on the Mirror Mountain stone wall had to be extraordinary. Yi Futian looked extremely unhappy. The Donghua clan actually jointly attacked Yu Shang. They wanted to deal with Yu Shang by using the permanently disabled Gu Ming as an excuse. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu each took a step forward. Qin Mengrua looked at them and said emotionlessly, "This issue is between the Donghua clan and the cottage. Does the Lu kingdom also want to participate?" It was not just Qin Mengrua. The top-tier Dharma-playing cultivators from the Donghua clan who were not participating in the fight also glanced at Lu Feiyang and his team. Yi Futian stared at Qin Mengrua and his look turned increasingly cold. Previously, he was unhappy with her only because she dragged him into the trouble. But at the moment he was not merely unhappy. "Go and find the 5th brother," Yi Futian said to Lu Feiyang. If the Donghua clan wanted to use this as an excuse and deal with them, he and Yu Shang naturally could not resolve the conflict. At the side, there were still many top-tier Dharma-playing cultivators holding the line. Furthermore, there was also the best musician among the young generation besides them. "Okay." Lu Feiyang nodded, after which his body flashed and he left the place. He knew well what kind of people cottage disciples were like. Since the Donghua clan wanted to do this, the entire matter was already not as simple as the juniors merely fighting and learning from each other. The people from the Sword Saint Mountain looked at each other. They had some relationships with the cottage, but all the people present at the place were juniors, and nobody dared to get involved in the matter easily. Even the college did not step up. The people from the college in this place were led by Su Muge and Tang Yi. However, both of them had always disliked the cottage and were unhappy with Yi Futian as well. Therefore, the college which was supposed to take actions also stood at the side. As for the other forces, they naturally would not care. The conflict involved 3 major forces: the Qin dynasty, the Donghua clan, and the cottage. Under such a circumstance, who would dare to get involved in this disturbance easily? Seeing that they could not win after a long time, another 7th-level Dharma-playing cultivator from the Donghua clan walked out and started to attack Yu Shang. Clearly, the Donghua clan was determined to take Yu Shang down. Yi Futian stomped on the ground and walked towards the sky. In an instant, a terrifying flame surged on his body. The violent flame wrapped around his body. At this moment, Yi Futian seemed to have turned into a purgatory fire demon, which was wildly devouring the fire elemental spiritual qi in the surrounding. Meanwhile, a dazzling sun dharma appeared in the sky behind Yi Futian. Before he even moved, many flame maple leaves appeared and danced in the wind. The spell Maple Dance contained a strong flame intent and swept towards the Donghua clan cultivators who were jointly attacking Yu Shang. In an instant, countless maple leaves flew towards the people from the Donghua clan, trying to drown them in the leaves. The attacks launched at Yu Shang were weakened. They looked at Yi Futian in a cold expression. "Since you have attacked, we will fight both of you." Everyone looked at the sky. Yi Futian's flame-like body stood proudly in the air, alongside Yu Shang. Just now, the Donghua clan kept forcing Yi Futian to fight in order to see his combat abilities. Now they could finally see it. Chapter 236. Growing Intensity. Chapter 236. Growing intensity. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mingruo raised their heads and looked at Yi Futian. Everyone else also stared at the figure immersed in flame. This was the young man who created a miracle in the ancient barren world. Most of the young generation in the Eastern Barren territory were somewhat curious about his combat powers. Such a strong flame intent. Feeling the powers of fire contained in that flame-filled body, everyone muttered to themselves. Li Daoyun's look was cold. In the ancient barren world, one of his arms was burnt by Yi Futian with the help of the flame statue. Yi Futian's musical spells were very strong. However, was fire his most skilled ability? Perhaps. Attack, someone from the Donghua clan said in a cold tone. Many spells bloomed directly and swept towards Yi Futian and Yu Shang. However, at that moment, an extremely shocking firelight was radiated from the sun dharma behind Yi Futian, as if the light from the sun itself was shining down directly. Many spells were burnt away in the void right away. Even more terrifyingly, several ancient characters seemed to bloom in the dharma. Fire flare blaze. In the eyes of some low-level cultivators from the Donghua clan, flame intent seemed to appear and the ancient characters turned into willpower, charging directly into them. They gave out a miserable scream and closed their eyes in pain as blood erupted from their eyes. In the meantime, some people started to burn. The terrifying ancient characters, with the help of the willpower, charged directly into their bodies. Some splashing sounds were heard. A few Donghua clan cultivators skilled in water elemental abilities cast water spells which enveloped everyone's body. Ice fell onto them to extinguish the fire, but a few people were still injured. Air. Everyone's heart trembled. The people who were injured even included one who was in the 6th level Dharma plane. He actually could not even bear the light from Yi Futian's Dharma? Bang! An even more violent flame breath was released. Magma seemed to have appeared in the sky and turned into a sea of fire. Golden divine flame started to burn on Yi Futian's body, which was showering in an endless amount of fire. The light from his Dharma was similarly like divine flames. His Dharma had been fused with the Book of Flames from the ancient Luolan relic in the ancient barren world. All the ice seals in the place were lit with the light from the divine flames. Then the power of the ice dissipated and turned into a sea of fire. Yi Futian's body flashed and turned into an afterimage. He was skilled at using the noble will of different elements, including wind intent. Since he was able to travel with the wind, he was extremely fast. A cultivator from the Donghua clan felt the threat and backed away quickly. Then the light of Dharma enveloped his body and the flames seemed to be engulfing him. Yi Futian slapped out with his palm, and the other person raised his hands in an attempt to resist. Following a loud bang, the cultivator was blown backward and a horrifying firelight glittered on his body. As the flaming ancient characters appeared faintly, his body began to burn. Be careful. A cultivator who was skilled in water elemental powers instantly landed before him and used a water spell to seal his body with ice. Otherwise, he would be burnt to death instantly. The 6th level Dharma plane cultivator, who was 2 levels above Yi Futian, could not even withstand a blow from him. Dong! Accompanying a loud bang, the huge clock struck towards Yi Futian, and an incredibly heavy power pressured his body. Yu Shang stepped forward, but other spells started to sweep towards him. There were other people who were attacking him. Yi Futian looked at the ancient clock which was flying over, and a moon appeared behind him. The sun and the moon alternated, while coldness and hotness spread out simultaneously, turning into an appalling yin and yang vortex. The ancient clock which was dashing over was sometimes filled with ice and sometimes with flames. The 2 different wills flew on the surface of the ancient clock and ancient characters seemed to appear vaguely on it. The expression of the cultivator who had released the ancient clock Dharma changed as he felt an extremely horrifying aura. He controlled his will and wanted to take his Dharma back. The light from the sun and the moon poured down continuously and landed on the ancient clock Dharma. Gradually, the ancient clock froze and stopped. Clear cracking sounds could be heard as cracks started to appear on the clock. No! A 7th level Dharma plane cultivator from the Donghua clan screamed. Just as his voice died away, cracking sounds started to spread out continuously. His Dharma crushed into pieces, and his life spirit which had been fused with the Dharma was also destroyed along with it. The Donghua clan cultivator gave a miserable cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned completely pale as he fell down from the sky. So strong. Everyone around could only feel their hearts trembling. Yi Futian crossed over 3 levels and used his Dharma to permanently destroy the Dharma of a 7th-level Dharma plane cultivator from the Donghua clan. How overpowering! He had directly eliminated his opponent in an overwhelming way, and was so decisive that the other people from the Donghua clan did not even have time to react. The grandson of the king of Qin Li, questioned Yi Futian's combat powers, and Qin Mengrua also incited him to fight. Now, Qin Mengrua and the people from the Donghua clan had seen it for themselves. This was Yi Futian's combat powers. The looks of the people from the Donghua clan were as bitter as it could possibly be. They had sent so many people jointly attack Yi Futian and Yushang, but another person was actually permanently disabled by Yi Futian again. How embarrassing that was. Many cultivators stepped out. Finally, the higher-level Dharma plane cultivators from the Donghua clan stopped observing and decided to attack together. Seeing so, Yushang directly reached out his hand and took the battle axe, his ritual implement, from his back. He had been carrying his noble ritual implement all along. Noble will gushed into the ritual implement. Giving an angry roar, Yushang struck towards the incoming cultivators from the Donghua clan. His axe seemed to be cutting the void itself into 2, and the cultivators from the Donghua clan all dodged the attack. Then Yushang moved. He charged forward like a devil and swung his battle axe continuously. Each strike was as strong as the attacks cast by top-tier Dharma plane cultivators. Noble will had been fused into the ritual implement. In addition to Yushang's own strength, the power unleashed could thus be well imagined. Yi Futian did not look at Yushang as he had brought his noble ritual implement, and he was very confident in Yushang. The twin Dharma, the sun and the moon, continued to release terrifying powers and strike at the few Donghua clan cultivators who had previously fought. Everyone around gazed at the battlefield and was shocked in their hearts. The Donghua clan could not even defeat the 2 who were both in the 4th-level Dharma plane. The cottage was still the cottage. It would probably be very difficult for the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan to crush the legend of the cottage. Qian Shanmu frowned gently and a tinge of disappointment appeared on his face. Then, he took out the bamboo flute and played it near his lips. The music of the flute spread out and traces of invisible spiritual powers moved towards Yi Futian and Yushang directly. In that instant, Yi Futian only felt traces of sharp noises piercing into his ears, disrupting his spiritual energy directly. He could not even form the spells that he wanted to cast. He frowned tightly and glanced at Qian Shanmu. His look extremely cold. Qian Shanmu was one of the 2 best geniuses in the Donghua clan, and was honored as the best musician among the young generation in the Eastern Barren territory. He actually chose to attack at this moment. An even more violent aura bloomed from Yi Futian's body, as his spiritual energy resisted Qian Shanmu's musical attack. Stomping his foot, he did not use any spells but instead slapped his palm out at a cultivator from the Donghua clan. The radiance of the ancient characters flashed on his palm, which seemed to be able to melt everything. His palm collided with the fist of the Donghua clan cultivator, after which the cultivator cried in pain as his arm started to burn. Seeing the scene, the pupils of everyone contracted slightly. Was this his response towards Qian Shanmu's intervention? The flute's music turned rapid. At this instant, Yi Futian felt like many green snakes had appeared and were biting him. His spirit felt a wave of numbness and pain which was extremely uncomfortable, while his head felt like it was going to explode. He used his strong spiritual will to resist the music, but the musical attack was everywhere and undefendable, continuing to enter his ears. Even the flames around Yi Futian were dissipating and he stood stiffly in the air, as if he was suppressed by the musical attack. At the moment, an attack spell from a Donghua clan cultivator flew over. Following a loud bang, Yi Futian gave a muffled humph. Even though his physical body was strong, he still spat out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably as his body was blown backward. Yi Futian was enduring both physical and spiritual attacks. Yushang gave an angry roar. He had similarly felt Qian Shanmu's musical attack. At the moment, an extremely terrifying light appeared around his body, as if it was the light from a devil. A set of barbed armor emerged from his body and slowly wrapped around him, covering his body and turning into real devil's armor. The pair of horrifying devil wings was attached to the armor as if they fit inside perfectly. This is. Everyone looked at Yu Shang in astonishment. Even his eyes were glittering with gloomy golden light, as if they were the monstrous eyes of the devil. An incredibly appalling current flew on his body. At this moment, the noble battle axe in his hand seemed to be totally activated and a shocking power spread from it. Ignoring Qian Shanmu's music, Yu Shang struck out with his axe. Immediately, a sky-severing beam of light appeared in the space before him. In just an instant, blood bloomed out in the sky. Several cultivators screamed in pain as they backed away hurriedly. Some got their arms cut off while others had their dharma destroyed. Everyone was shocked by the attack. Even though Yu Shang had used the noble ritual implement, he was in the 4th level dharma plane after all and actually managed to burst out such an incredible attack. The way he struck his axe out was still like he was cutting a piece of wood, but the cultivators from the Donghua clan seemed to have become his wood and were easily cut apart. Was he mad because Yi Futian was injured? Qian Shanmu's look was finally no longer calm. Although he had participated in the fight, a few people from the Donghua clan were actually still injured. As a top genius in the Donghua clan, this was quite embarrassing for him. At the moment, many figures were whizzing over from afar. The battle here had only gone on for a short period of time, but its effects were rather devastating. The people who arrived first were from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. Today Qin Mengrua and Qian Shanmu were meeting at the place and they were all paying close attention to it. Therefore they were the first to reach. However, after they arrived they realized that this was not like a Guqin recital. More than half of the people from the Donghua clan were actually injured. A few were permanently disabled and some lost their arms. Seeing such a scene, the anger of the cultivator from the Donghua clan who had just reached could be easily imagined. His look was extremely cold as he glanced at Yu Shang, who was in the air holding the noble ritual implement. A terrifying light was still being emitted from the battle axe. He actually dares to act so wildly here. Bang! A noble plane cultivator stepped out. In an instant, a terrifying might enveloped Yu Shang. Yu Shang lifted his head and stared at the figure. His look was still very cold. The noble was filled with rage at the moment. Raising his hand, he slapped out directly and the frightening palm print seemed to be crushing everything. Yu Shang roared in anger and lifted the battle axe in his hand, striking it out. However, how could he block a real noble? The palm print crushed everything and eliminated the light from the axe. Falling down, it hit Yu Shang. In just an instant, Yu Shang was blown directly towards the ground and could not resist the attack at all. Chapter 237 Getting Serious. Chapter 237 Getting Serious. Bang. Following a loud bang, Yu Shang's violent body was slapped down by the palm print, and even the ground cracked directly. It was clear what a powerful attack he had just endured. Spit. He spat out some blood. Everyone noticed that even the armor on Yu Shang's body had split apart. The noble plane cultivator had attacked in anger. The power of his attack could thus be well imagined. When a noble plane cultivator fights a Dharma plane cultivator, there is no suspense at all. The fact that Yu Shang could take a hit without dying already showed that his defense was outstanding. Yu Shang. Yi Futian dashed out and appeared in front of Yu Shang. At the moment, Yu Shang was lying on the ground. He stood up with some difficulty and said in a low tone, "I'm all right." Just as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood uncontrollably and his body fell onto the ground. He took a hit from a noble. It was already fortunate that he did not die. Even Yi Futian's body was trembling gently as he used his shaking hands to support Yu Shang. Lifting his head, he stared at the noble who was in the air. His eyes were extremely icy. In the sky, the noble looked at Yi Futian's eyes and actually could not help but have a strange feeling. From those eyes he saw a coldness that would disregard everything. He felt that if the young man was to grow up, the young man would definitely try to kill him at all costs. A cold killing intent spread out from him. He also seemed to have realized what he had done. He had almost killed someone from the cottage. However, he did not regret this. When he reached the place, he saw the people from the cottage showing off their powers, while many disciples from the Donghua clan were either crippled or permanently disabled. Even if they were cottage disciples, how could they dare to act so arrogantly? The Donghua clan was similarly one of the top 3 forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. On the other hand, the cottage was only part of the college, and the people from it actually dared to be so savage. Feeling the killing intent spreading out from the noble in the air, everyone from the various forces realized that this Guqin recital disturbance seemed to be getting out of hand. Several people from the Donghua clan were permanently disabled, and several were severely injured. However, it was the Donghua clan which kept forcing the cottage to fight. Yu Shang and Yi Futian were merely counterattacking. Now, not only did the Donghua clan cultivators jointly attack the cottage disciples, but even a noble had attacked. He suppressed Yu Shang with one palm and almost killed him with the slap. At the moment, he even displayed his intent to kill them. How could the cottage let this go easily? Qin Mengrua and Qian Shamu both did not expect such a situation. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan only wanted to pressure the cottage, and it would be best if they could break the legend of the cottage. However, the powers of the cottage disciples were beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, the Donghua clan could not clean up the mess, resulting in such a situation. Bang! A violent aura pressured on the space. The noble indeed had the intention to kill them. However, at the moment, a few figures blinked and appeared in front of Yi Futian. They were actually disciples from the Sword Saint Mountain. One of them looked up in the sky and said, "Senior, have you thought clearly before you attack?" The noble's eyes sparkled. He glanced at the person emotionlessly and said in an overbearing manner, "Are you threatening me?" "That I do not dare." The disciple bowed and said, "However, Yi Futian is a newly admitted disciple of the cottage, and also the little junior of my master. Senior, if you really want to kill him, not to say the cottage, my master would probably also not let this go easily. Furthermore, I believe that you are still unclear about the cause of today's incident. Senior, you should find out about it first." The noble frowned. Although the disciple said that he did not dare, the words were actually already somewhat threatening. Of course, he himself was not qualified to threaten the noble, but that person on the Sword Saint Mountain was. His words were correct. If the noble really killed Yi Futian, the eldest brother from the cottage on the Sword Saint Mountain would not let him off, not to mention the cottage. There were not many disciples in the cottage. Including Yi Futian, there were also only 8 at the moment. This was very different from the other clans. Therefore, every disciple in the cottage was more important to the clan than the individual disciples in the Donghua clan. Only people like Qian Shanmu could be compared with a single cottage disciple. The sound of people whizzing over from afar could be heard. The battle here had attracted the seniors from various forces. When they saw the situation at the place, a weird expression appeared on their faces. Was there a conflict between the Donghua clan and the cottage? Another few people flew towards the place. The looks of everyone on the spot became more serious. The people from the college had arrived. The 5th disciple of the cottage, Luofan, had also come. The college senior, Situ Wu, went beside Su Muge and Tang Yi, while Luofan appeared beside Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Behind them, Lu Feiyang and Lu Qinyu had also come. They explained to Luofan what happened in the simplest way. Luofan and Situ Wu both saw the injured Yu Shang. Yi Futian had also suffered minor injuries which were not obvious, but Yu Shang was severely injured, and his injuries could be noticed in just one look. "You have been watching here all the time?" Situ Wu glanced at the college disciples including Su Muge and Tang Yi. All the people from the college looked rather awkward. Although the cottage was kind of isolated, it was part of the college after all. There was a conflict between the cottage and the Donghua clan, but the college disciples did not intervene. It was indeed disgraceful. "You did it." At the other side, Luofan saw Yi Futian staring coldly at the noble in the sky and vaguely knew what had happened. Did a noble from the Donghua clan attack Yu Shang? "Your cottage disciples are too unbridled," the noble in the sky said coldly. Luofan's look was very calm, but from the calmness, he could faintly feel that a terrifying storm was brewing, as if it could erupt at any moment. "Look after them." Luofan turned back and said to Situ Wu. "Okay." Situ Wu nodded and Luofan stepped forward. Bang! An incredibly violent flame intent instantly swept across the vast space. In an instant, everyone present felt an increasing temperature, as if the entire world was turning extremely hot. They actually started to sweat. Everyone saw that on Luofan's body. An illusory flaming radiance was flowing. It did not look like real flames, but it seemed even more terrifying than real flames. The illusory flame soared into the sky, and even the space around it seemed to have merged with them. Fire elemental spiritual chi turned into the illusory flames which burned in the sky. Hot! At this moment, everyone could only feel extremely hot and somewhat manic, as if they were placed on a stove. At the moment, a noble stepped out. He was from the Qin dynasty, and he said, "Today, both parties have been injured. How about we stop for now and discuss?" "There is no room for discussion." A cold voice spread from Luofan's mouth. If the cottage disciples lost in a fair fight, they would accept it as they were less skilled than their opponents. If they lost in a scuffle, they naturally could not say anything, but the cottage had never lost before. However, at the moment it was the noble from the Donghua clan who was bullying the people from the cottage. What was there to discuss? Just as Luofan finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the noble. In just an instant, the countless illusory flaming currents in the sky exploded simultaneously. Immediately, a wave of catastrophic flames enveloped the space directly, centered at the noble in the sky. The endless power of fire seemed to have turned into a stove. The noble in the sky seemed to be burning. Everyone saw a strange scene. An illusory stove had engulfed the noble in the sky and was burning his body. This was a noble-level spell, and its powers were devastating. The expression of the noble changed drastically as he felt traces of flame seeping into his body directly. The terrifying illusory stove seemed to have formed from the purest flames in the world, and wanted to burn him to ashes. A shocking aura was released from his body as he wanted to put out the fire, but the flame spell seemed to be inextinguishable and continued to burn. A sizzling sound spread out. The noble's body was almost moistureless and his skin turned dry and lifeless. He appeared to be in great pain. The scene caused the looks of many to change. The fifth disciple of the cottage, Luofan, is actually so strong? A splashing sound was heard as many water currents flew over, charging into the inferno and sweeping towards the noble's body. A few cultivators from the Donghua clan walked out. They all released their noble aura and stared coldly at Luofan below. Luofan held his fire stick. Then the black fire stick immediately turned into a monstrous blood red. He ascended into the air. In an instant, an appalling flame storm appeared in the sky. An endless amount of fire elemental spiritual chi gushed towards the fire stick wildly, and turned into many flame dragons attaching onto the fire stick. The flame dragons danced and continuously condensed into an even more frightening flame. Eventually, they turned into many dragon whips. Seeing the flaming dragon whips which were soaring in the sky and continuously being formed, everyone around felt shocked. Every dragon whip seemed to contain the most ultimate fire. Luofan waved his hand. The fire stick moved and the dragon whips danced in the sky, sweeping towards the noble plain cultivators from the Donghua clan. The looks of the nobles were solemn. Then there was a sharp sword piercing through the air, some eyes sealing the sky and a violent golden palm print trying to destroy everything. However, when the dragon whips crossed, the frozen space was split apart. The sharp sword broke and the palm print was cut into two at the center. In those crushed powers there was still flame intent left behind. The flaming dragon whips danced in the air and enveloped the entire space. Slap! A clear sound spread. Someone was hit by the dragon whip and almost broke into two pieces instantly. The wound on his body was shocking. It was as if he was cut by a sharp sword. Flames burned in his body, causing the noble to give a painful muffled humph. Slap! 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 Many clear slapping sounds spread as several nobles were hit. A horrified expression appeared on the face of the noble who had injured Yu Shang. He could only feel countless dragon whips sweeping towards him and could not fight back at all. "You have crossed the line." A cold voice erupted at that moment. An extremely terrifying aura bloomed and a shocking trace of sword intent burst out behind the noble. Then everyone saw the flaming dragon whips being cut apart and turning into countless flames which danced in the sky. An elderly figure held a sword and stood proudly in the air. He looked at Luofan and said, "Luofan, this is the Qin Imperial Palace." This person was a strong noble from the Qin dynasty. At the moment, the stronger nobles from the Donghua clan also walked over and stared coldly at Luofan. Everyone knew that even though Luofan was extremely strong, There was also not much that he could do. The Qin imperial palace, right? Luo Fan glanced at the many nobles in the sky and said, "Today, this issue is really serious." Chapter 238. Attending the ceremony. Chapter 238. Attending the ceremony. The Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan were two top forces. They had sent a noble plain cultivator and many Dharma plain cultivators to deal with Yi Futian and Yu Shang, both of whom were in the 4th level Dharma plane. The cottage had never been bullied in such a way. The issue was serious. Hearing Luo Fan's words, the people around also realized that the matter was really going to get out of hand. The fight between juniors could perhaps still be controlled, but a noble overpowered the people from the cottage directly and almost killed Yu Shang with a slap. How could the cottage let this go? A fight between juniors had turned into a fight between nobles. After that, it would probably be a fight between the two forces. The many nobles in the sky looked at Luo Fan and their looks turned serious. The elderly person said, "Today, I think that both of the parties have made mistakes. How about you give the Qin dynasty a face, sit down and let us mediate the issue?" Today, nobody gave the cottage any face. Luo Fan sneered, then looked at the people in the sky. He pointed at the noble who had attacked Yu Shang and said, "I only ask this. Are you going to give him to us?" The elder from the Qin dynasty frowned. Luo Fan was somewhat supercilious. The people from the cottage indeed have the same character, supercilious and arrogant. "I have not asked you yet. So many of my Donghua clan disciples are injured. How do you pay for this?" A strong noble from the Donghua clan stepped forward. He glanced at the horrible sight of the Donghua clan disciples and asked in a cold tone. They were bullied by two 4th level Dharma plane juniors to such an extent. "You actually still have the face to ask?" Luo Fan smiled and said, "You really deserve the name of the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory. Terrific." His words were somewhat grating. A group of Dharma plane cultivators from the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory lost so badly to two 4th level Dharma plane cultivators. If this news spread out, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, it was the people of the Donghua clan who started this fight. Our Qin dynasty invited everyone to come and observe the ceremony. Tomorrow is the day when the crown prince will be conferred. Does the cottage really want to cause trouble at this point? The elder from the Qin dynasty looked at Luo Fan and said, "It would be impossible for the Donghua clan to hand over their member just because of Luo Fan's words, especially when the person was a noble." "Oh, so I am the one causing trouble." Luo Fan smiled and turned around. He knew that it would be pointless to discuss further. Even if the previous events were ignored, it was the noble from the Donghua clan who had attacked Yu Shang. Now, he said that the cottage was causing all the trouble. Whether the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan team up or not, it's not the cottage's business, and we also do not care. However, if you want to bully the cottage, facing everyone with his back, Luo Fan smiled. He approached Yi Futian and Yu Shang and said, "I will bring Yu Shang back. Since the Qin dynasty has invited the cottage to attend the ceremony, you will stay here to represent the cottage." "All right," Yi Futian nodded. Just like that, Luo Fan brought Yu Shang away. He had only left one sentence, asking Yi Futian to stay. Nobody had expected such an abrupt departure. Furthermore, he just left Yi Futian at the Qin dynasty, and actually did not worry that the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan might attack Yi Futian at all. Of course, the people from the many forces knew that under such a situation, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan definitely would not dare to attack Yi Futian again. The college was present, not to mention the cottage eldest disciple and the third disciple. Although the college had had some conflicts with the cottage, if there was really a major battle, the college would naturally side with the cottage. Furthermore, rumors in the Eastern Barren Territory all claimed that Mr. Du from the cottage did not know how to cultivate. But did he really not know that? God knows. Therefore, the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan would not really touch Yi Futian, unless they would like to stay at their places and not go out in the future. Yi Futian stared at Luo Fan as he brought Yu Shang away. Then, he turned to look at the many nobles in the sky, and then at Qian Shanmu, the best musician in the young generation of the Eastern Barren Territory, and Qin Mengru. His look was very calm and there was not even hatred. However, this calmness made people feel somewhat frightened instead. Many people looked at him, including many nobles. Then they saw Yi Futian turn around and leave, walking towards the palace he was staying in. Lu Feiyong and Lu Qinyu followed behind him closely. Let's go. Situ Wu also glanced at the many people in the sky coldly and followed Yi Futian. The people from the Sword Saint Mountain left as well, and the people from the various top forces left one from another. Luofan had left, but they knew that the matter was not over yet. It was far from being over. Otherwise, Luofan would not leave Yi Futian at the Qin Imperial Palace. They realized that some conflicts may happen in the Eastern Barren Territory. As to what extent the conflict would reach, nobody could predict it at the moment. However, judging from the situation when the cottage eldest disciple and third disciples went down the mountain, it was definitely going to be serious. Of course, it would certainly not be like the two disturbances during that time. The Donghua clan and the Qin dynasty were not just very strong forces, but the very top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. The cottage alone would not be able to do much to them. The people from the other forces left the place. Only people from the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan remained at the area. The atmosphere at the moment was somewhat tense. A noble from the Donghua clan looked at everyone below and asked, "What actually happened today?" The cultivators from the Qin dynasty also wanted to ask the same question. Even though the two forces had teamed up, and it was indeed a meetup between the Princess Qin Mengrua from the Qin dynasty and Qian Shanmu, what happened during the Guqin recital was not arranged by them. The event that happened was somewhat out of control. Below, a strange look flashed in Qin Mengrua's eyes. The incident on that day was caused by her. It's meaningless to look into this now. At the moment, a figure walked over. It was the grandson of the king of Qin, Qin Li. He looked at the nobles in the sky and said, "Today, the people from the Donghua clan are defeated so miserably, but you are instead threatened by the cottage. This does not look like the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory." The people from the Donghua clan all felt very embarrassed. Just like what the king's grandson had said, the Donghua clan was even more tragic than the cottage today. A few of their nobles were overpoweringly injured by Luofan, not to mention their Dharma-playing cultivators. Under such a circumstance, their momentum seemed to be totally suppressed, and they had been threatened by Luofan. "I want to see what can the cottage do," a noble from the Donghua clan said coldly. They did not continue to investigate the cause because that was no longer important. "I believe that the Donghua clan will show the imposing manner which the top clan in the Eastern Barren Territory should." The king's grandson smiled and said. Then, the people from both parties also started to leave separately. The people from Donghua nodded and left the place. Qin Li looked at Qin Mengrua and said, "Little aunt, how is Qian Shanmu?" Although Qin Mengrua was one generation older than Qin Li, their ages were actually quite similar. Qin Mengrua was the princess, while Qin Li was the son of Qin Yu, the elder brother of Qin Mengrua. Qin Mengrua's eyes sparkled as she thought of Qian Shanmu. She nodded lightly and said, "Not bad. That's great." Qin Li smiled gently. Qian Shanmu is one of the two most gifted geniuses in the Donghua clan. Now the other person is already a towering figure in the Eastern Barren Territory, and Qian Shanmu is the only key training target of the Donghua clan. In the future, he will definitely become one of the most accomplished people in the Eastern Barren Territory. "Little aunt, you will not suffer because of this." Qin Mengrua nodded lightly. In fact, because of her identity, she did not have many choices when selecting her partner. She could only choose among the brightest people in the various forces. Although there was a disturbance during the Guqin recital today, she was quite fond of Qian Shanmu. In particular, both of them had a common hobby: music. The people from various forces returned to their individual palaces where they cultivated. People and demons soared into the air, leaving the Qin Imperial Palace. The Guqin recital disturbance in the Qin Imperial Palace had already involved the three strongest forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. They had to inform their clans about this event. The news spread to various top forces rapidly. On the other hand, in the Qin dynasty, it was already the day when the crown prince would be conferred. This day, outside of the Qin dynasty, people had fully filled the space below the stairs. Countless cultivators had come to send their congratulation. However, apart from the various top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory which were invited and could enter the Qin Imperial Palace, Only the very strong forces in the Qin dynasty were entitled to enter the palace and observe the ceremony. In addition, only the leaders of the forces could enter. The gates of the Qin imperial palace were open. Many cultivators with outstanding temperaments stepped in one after another. They followed the path in the palace and walked towards a hall in the deeper part of the palace. Here many people had already arrived. The people from the various top forces were sitting on the viewing platforms on the two sides. In the middle, many dignified and burly armored warriors were standing in a neat row, looking frightening. Behind them were the lords and nobles of the Qin dynasty, who had come to observe the ceremony. Moving further forward there was a throne. The Prince Qin Yu had already arrived. He stood in front of all the lords and nobles below the throne, waiting to be conferred. Many people looked at Qin Yu. This former genius had already grown up to become one of the strongest cultivators in the Eastern Barren territory. He was one of the best in his generation and was as famous as the genius from the Donghua clan and the third disciple from the cottage. Today, he would be conferred as the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. In the future, he would control the Qin dynasty and become the most powerful person in the Eastern Barren territory. The people from the various top forces had all reached and they sat on the viewing platforms. Yi Futian had also arrived. He was with the college, and he represented the cottage. As the eighth disciple of the cottage, he was naturally qualified to represent the cottage. The cultivators from the Lu Kingdom and the Sword Saint Mountain were sitting beside him to observe the ceremony. At the moment, the thoughts of the people from the various forces were different. If the event on the previous day did not happen, the ceremony today would surely be a ceremony. There would be no twists and turns. However, because of the disturbance on the previous day, a shadow had been cast over the conferment of the Qin dynasty crown prince today. Nobody knew what Luofan would do after going back, and nobody knew what the cottage would do either. According to the style of the cottage, they would surely do something. The Donghua clan was closest to the seats in front and was very close to the Qin dynasty. From their positions, their relationship with the Qin dynasty could vaguely be felt. The king's grandson, Qin Li, and the princess Qin Mengruo were naturally here as well. They both stood behind Qin Yu, who was the first person in front. Qin Mengruo looked at the crowd and then Qian Shanmu, and both of them glanced at each other. Then Qin Mengruo nodded gently and Qian Shanmu similarly smiled in return. They withdrew their stares very quickly. It was not rude and appeared to be just nice. Qin Mengruo glanced at the college and the cottage again and her eyes were uncontrollably locked onto Yi Futian, who had left a deep impression in her mind during the battle on the previous day. She saw that at the moment, Yi Futian was extremely quiet and just sat there in silence, as if he was really just an ordinary guest who had come to observe the ceremony. Chapter 239 Coming for Someone. Chapter 239. Coming for someone. Sunlight bathed the Qin palace, filling the sacred ancient palace with majesty. In the main hall, a figure walked to the throne step by step. He was an old but majestic man wearing the royal robe. His eyes were full of stateliness too. He went to the throne and looked to the crowd. People didn't dare to look into his eyes. He was the king of the Qin dynasty. As soon as the king sat in the throne, the armored soldiers and nobles all knelt on one knee before him. Your Majesty. The people in the seats all stood up and slightly bowed to show their respect to the king. The king of the Qin dynasty was one of the most powerful men of the Eastern Barren territory. Therefore even the other top forces needed to salute him. Welcome you all, said the king. Please take a seat. Everybody looked up and saw his smiling face. The king continued. It is my honor to have you coming here from afar. Your Majesty. A strong cultivator of the Donghua clan smiled and bowed politely. It is our honor to witness this grand ceremony. No need for polite small talk. The king laughed. Declare my words. A strong cultivator beside walked out with the edict in his hands. He declared loudly, as per the king of the Qin dynasty's orders, it shall be known to all that Qin Yu is now the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. His voice transformed into powerful sound waves that echoed throughout the whole palace. As per the king of the Qin dynasty's orders, it shall be known to all that Qin Yu is now the crown prince of the Qin dynasty. The voice could even be heard outside the palace. The people under the steps all looked up, Their eyes brightened. Qin Yu was declared to be the crown prince. They knew this was a transition. In the future, the Qin dynasty would belong to Qin Yu. The most dazzling genius of the Eastern Barren Territory, Qin Yu, was finally at the forefront of the Qin dynasty. He was going to dominate the future of the Eastern Barren Territory. Those armored soldiers and nobles knelt again, together with countless people in the palace complex, faced towards the king. Crown Prince Qin Yu climbed the steps and accepted the edict. He stood beside the king and looked at the crowd, bathing in the attention and worship of the entire world. "Congratulations to your majesty and your highness," everyone said. Similar voices rang out throughout the palace. For a time, the words sounded everywhere as if the whole majestic Qin palace was shaking. Even people outside the palace were enthusiastic and felt their blood boiling. The sound lasted for a very long while. Standing in the front of everyone in the hall, the king smiled while Qin Yu looked very calm. On the other hand, the eyes of Qin Li, the king's grandson, flashed. He smiled proudly. From now on, his father would go down in history. The father and the son would fulfill their ambitions and bring the past glory back to the dynasty. The top forces all sent congratulations. It was a bustling scene in the palace. The people outside the palace were also excited about this news. Qin Yu gained a good reputation in this kingdom. His talent was known to all since he was young. People all placed great expectations on him. That was why they were so happy for him to become the crown prince. Suddenly, a dragon's roar was heard from the distance. Everyone looked up to the sky with shock and saw a black dragon rushing toward the palace. "It's a dragon!" People were shocked that someone had come on the dragon. The dragon was huge and had a horrible aura. Just looking into its eyes would make people's heart shaking. Is it the Demon King? Who is coming? It should be one of the guests. Many people whispered. The Comer should be here to send congratulations. But with a dragon as the mount, he must be a strong cultivator from one of the top forces. Look, there are two people. Many people looked at the dragon's head and saw two figures standing there calmly. The leading person was in white, standing with his hands folded behind. His spotless clothes made him look like a scholar. Though scholarly, his eyes were proud and he stood out from the crowd. He looked toward the Qin palace emotionlessly as if the sacred palace was just a normal building. The other person behind him was proud too, looking at the palace contemptuously. Seeing the two, people began to doubt whether they came for congratulations. They didn't show much respect. When the black dragon flew over their heads, its roars filled the sky. It stopped outside the palace and hovered in the sky. The soldiers guarding the palace were confused. Seeing the two newcomers entering the palace, a soldier asked, "Who are you?" No one responded. The two figures didn't even look at him. Being overlooked made the soldier frown. Not because of being ignored, but because it showed that the newcomers were powerful enough to do so. However, they were guards for the palace. If the newcomers ignored them, it meant that they did not come with friendly intentions. But why would they come to the ceremony for Qin Yu to be conferred as the crown prince, if not to give congratulations? The soldiers couldn't figure out the reason. No one dared to make trouble on this occasion. Even those top forces of Eastern Barren Territory didn't dare to do so. The figure in white stood on the dragon, facing the Qin palace, and said loudly, "I am Gu Donglu from the cottage, coming to visit your majesty." Hearing the voice, everyone trembled. They kept looking up to the figure in the sky silently. Gu Donglu was the third disciple of the cottage, one of the talents from Eastern Barren Territory. He was at the same level as Qin Yu, the new crown prince. If somebody else came in this way, he would be thought of as a rude visitor. But this man could absolutely be this way because he was Gu Donglu. Just like the edict, his voice filled the sky. It traveled into the palace and was heard by everyone, including the king and the strong cultivators. The people of top forces were all stunned. The cottage had come. Gu Donglu had come. Just as they had predicted, the cottage wouldn't rest as they had supposed. They just didn't expect that Gu Donglu would come so soon. The people of Qin dynasty frowned, especially those who had been present, including the king's grandson and Qin Mengru. Why did the cottage come at this moment and cause such a sensation? Didn't they know that this was a big day for the crown prince? Or did Gu Donglu know about the ceremony but not care at all? The cultivators from Donghua clan were uncomfortable as well. They knew what Gu Donglu came for. The king, sitting at the throne, was shocked. He was told what happened yesterday, but he still didn't expect the cottage to come so aggressively. "Welcome." The king of Qin dynasty spoke loudly. His voice resounded through the palace. Even with a long distance between each other, the two could still have a conversation. Gu Donglu walked straight into the palace, but the black dragon and the other person waited outside. Soon Gu Donglu arrived at the location of the ceremony. He walked through the crowd to the king. He didn't even look at people of Donghua clan around him. "Your Majesty." Gu Donglu stood before the throne and bowed. He was polite like a scholar, but his innate haughtiness was still undisguised to the king. "Why are you late?" The king smiled. "Our cottage was invited to the ceremony, so my 2 juniors came. However, my junior was attacked by someone." "Your Majesty, do you know about this?" People were all stunned. Gu Donglu was really direct and went straight to the point. "I heard about that. I apologize for being a bad host and allowing the young people from the Donghua clan and from the cottage to have conflicts." The king responded lightly. "Was the Qin dynasty involved?" Gu Donglu asked directly and sharply. This was his style. The king looked at Gu Donglu while Gu Donglu looked back at him. Beside the king, Qin Yu also looked at the one at the same level as him. "Gu Donglu, what are you implying?" "Nothing. However, my junior was mistreated in the Qin palace, so I must ask. If this has nothing to do with your Qin dynasty, then you won't mind if I take someone today, right?" Gu Donglu was still looking at the king. Hearing this, people of Donghua clan all looked uncomfortable. Gu Donglu directly said to the king that he came to take someone. Everyone knew who the one in question was. Gu Donglu truly did not respect the Donghua clan. All the top forces were speechless after hearing that he came for taking someone. Even the king's face changed a little. This was the day of the crown prince, but Gu Donglu came not for congratulating but taking someone. Was he joking? But Gu Donglu never joked. He just didn't respect the king at all. Chapter 240 Questioning. Chapter 240. Questioning. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. People all looked at Gu Donglu. There were few people who dared to ask the king of Qin to hand over somebody like Gu Donglu did. 2 battles made the cottage as well as its spirit known to all. Everyone knew how arrogant those people from the cottage were. They witnessed it again at this moment. But this time, Gu Donglu was confronted with the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. "Today, everybody here is my guest." The king looked at Gu Donglu. He didn't respond directly but replaced his gentle smile with a serious look. Since Gu Donglu was so bold, the king was not going to play kind. What the king just said was already a response. His attitude was very clear. Since everybody here was the king's guest, Gu Donglu was not allowed to take anybody away. Gu Donglu bowed to the king. Though he was proud, he behaved in a very proper manner. "It seems that even guests have differences," Gu Donglu said calmly. People soon knew what he meant. People from the cottage were also guests here but were mistreated by the nobles of the Qin dynasty. During the Guqin concert, people of the Donghua clan bullied people from the cottage and nobody stopped them. But at this moment Gu Donglu was stopped. Apparently there were differences between guests. The king frowned. Gu Donglu continued saying, "Since it is so, I won't disturb the ceremony anymore." Goodbye. Gu Donglu turned around, looked at the stand and called, "Junior, let's go." "Okay." Yi Futian stood up and walked to Gu Donglu. Together they stepped away. The two's backs looked lonely but proud. Gu Donglu was arrogant but acted appropriately. No matter how tough he was, he couldn't disrespect the king. However, would the cottage call it an end? The king's grandson Qin Li sneered. The Qin dynasty was not the top power of Eastern Baron territory, but was even stronger than the Futian sword clan. If the cottage could take anything they wanted, it would be a joke. People from the Donghua clan looked indifferent but were actually very indignant. Gu Donglu was so outstanding. Compared with him, the Donghua clan seemed too ordinary. They couldn't bear this. He Jiang stared at Gu Donglu's back coldly. He was the one who had hurt Yusheng badly. He was the one that Gu Donglu was looking for. Gu Donglu was wild. How did he dare to take someone at the ceremony right before the king? Of course he would fail. "The ceremony is over. We shall leave as well," Situ Wu from the college stood up and said to the king at this moment. Then the people of the college departed. The king wanted to suppress the cottage, but actually the college was also his goal. Situ Wu knew that no matter what, the cottage belonged to the college, though sometimes the cottage was so famous that it seemed an independent clan. Since Gu Donglu left, the college would naturally leave as well. We shall also leave. People from the Sword Saint Mountain also said, bowing. The Sword Saint was a god for the people of the Sword Saint Mountain. He established this clan and turned it into a top power. It wasn't easy, but he succeeded. He was also the first disciple of the cottage. Therefore, the cottage was also a sacred place for them. Their god came from the cottage and became known to all. People from the Sword Saint Mountain knew few disciples from the cottage, but they knew Gu Donglu very well. Gu Donglu had been to the Sword Saint Mountain a few times and had good talks with the Sword Saint. The two were very close. Gu Donglu made his stance clear. The Sword Saint Mountain would naturally support him. The king frowned. Just then, the people from the Lu Kingdom also rose to depart, and the king's eyes turned cold. The Lu Kingdom was also on his side? As the three top powers all left, the atmosphere became a little weird. But the king recovered quickly and commented, "Young people are really proud. I could see that from the cottage's disciples. Qin Yu is the next king of the Qin dynasty. Young people are the leaders of the future." People smiled and nodded. They had their own thoughts, but no one else left. It was unnecessary to offend the king on this occasion. After a while, someone came and bowed, "Your Majesty." "What's the matter?" The king glanced at the comer. Gu Donglu didn't leave. The man reported while bowing. The king's expression changed and the others were confused. "Where is he?" he asked. "He is standing outside the palace, looking in this direction." The king's grandson, Qin Li's smile disappeared. He looked uncomfortable. Qin Yu frowned and looked outside with sharp eyes. Was Gu Donglu challenging the Qin dynasty? Everyone's eyes flashed. This was what the cottage's disciples should be like, resorting to force after peaceful means. He had tried peaceful means and made his stance clear that he was not going to disturb the ceremony, so he waited outside of the Qin palace. He wasn't breaking any rule. At this time, a black dragon flew outside the palace with two people on its back. They were Yi Futian and Shui Yi. There were two disciples from the cottage, Gu Donglu and Shui Yi. Luo Fan didn't come this time. Because Yu Sheng was badly wounded, he needed to cook for Yu Sheng and help him recover. Before the black dragon was a figure in white standing in the air. It was Gu Donglu. Outside the palace, people downstairs were looking up to Gu Donglu with a strange look. Not long ago, when Gu Donglu stepped into the palace, people thought he was invited here to the ceremony. But soon he left and took a person with. This person was very handsome and young. He seemed to be just 18 years old. People seemed to have guessed who he was. He was Yi Futian, who became famous in the barren ancient world and then was enrolled into the cottage. Recently he was in the spotlight. Everyone was talking about him, especially after Qin Li made that comment about him. But they didn't know what had happened in the palace last night. Only those top powers knew. Even so, they still guessed something from the present scene. Instead of attending this ceremony, the cottage's people were coming here for other reasons. Following behind the cottage, the college, Sword Saint Mountain, and Lu Kingdom all walked out. The disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain bowed to Gu Donglu and said, "We have informed the mountain, but before getting the response, we can do nothing right now." "I understand. Just watch," Gu Donglu said. The people of Sword Saint Mountain nodded and stood to the side. The college and Lu Kingdom also stood to the side. The Lu Kingdom's prince and princess were close to Yi Futian, but they couldn't intervene either. Their departure was already enough to make their attitude clear. After another while, a line of strong cultivators came out from the Qin palace led by, not the king but Qin Yu. Qin Yu was now the Qin dynasty's crown prince and was equal to Gu Donglu. He was the most appropriate one to deal with this. It would be better for the king to stay in the palace. People of the Donghua clan and other clans stood behind Qin Yu, looking at the figure in white. They seemed to see the Sword Saint standing above the Futian sword clan so many years ago. "Gu Donglu, what are you doing?" Qin Yu asked coldly, raising his head and looking at the other. Gu Donglu arched an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" The two pairs of eyes were both sharp, as if they were colliding with each other. The king is inside, so I walked out. Now why are you here? Or is it because the Qin dynasty has indeed something to do with this issue? Gu Donglu questioned coldly. This question was hard to answer. Qin Yu couldn't say that the Qin dynasty was involved in this, and admit that two top powers joined hands to fight against a young disciple from the cottage, could he? It was worth mentioning that the cottage was also the king's guest. If he did admit it, it would affect the Qin dynasty's image. However, if he said they didn't take part in this thing, he was turning back to the Donghua clan. We are outside of the palace, Qin Yu responded without answering his question. It's funny. Our cottage's disciple was bullied by the Donghua clan's noble, but nobody stood out to stop it. My fifth brother told me that your people even stopped him from fighting back. Gu Donglio's tone grew sharper. He continued his accusation. Now, I am just waiting outside the palace and you are going to protect the Donghua clan? Your Highness, please explain. Hearing Gu Donglio's words, people outside were shocked. Had this really happened inside the palace? Did the Donghua clan's noble attack the cottage's disciple? Gu Donglu from the cottage was coming to fight back, but the Qin dynasty intended to protect the Donghua clan. All forces looked at Gu Donglu. They found that this disciple of the cottage was not only gifted but also eloquent. There was no fault in Gu Donglio's words. This was indeed the Qin dynasty's wrong. The Qin dynasty didn't stop the Donghua clan from attacking the cottage's disciple. And this time, the cottage's people were waiting outside to fight back. There was no excuse for the Qin dynasty to get involved. Gu Donglu looked at Qin Yu coldly and continued, if your highness insists to help the Donghua clan and refuses to explain, then could I understand that as you helping the Donghua clan to bully my cottage's disciple? Chapter 241. The Fourth Disciple of the Cottage. Chapter 241. The fourth disciple of the cottage. Gu Donglio's words froze the atmosphere. Everybody looked up at that figure in white. Even knowing it was the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty who bullied the disciple of the cottage, Gu Donglu still came for revenge. If the Qin dynasty intercepted to protect the Donghua clan, it would mean that the Qin dynasty admitted to being involved. Gu Donglu was pressing the Qin dynasty to make choice. People were curious about what Gu Donglu would do if the Qin dynasty admitted it. Both the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were among the top 3 powers in the Eastern Barren territory. If they joined hands, even the cottage could resist them. Therefore, would the cottage directly declare the war? The other forces did not dare to do that, but people never knew what the cottage's next step was. Qin Yu kept staring at Gu Donglu, who threatened him. The new crown prince with only one sentence. This was the third disciple of the cottage, Gu Donglu. When our disciple was bullied in the palace, the Qin dynasty didn't intervene. Therefore, I hope that you will also stay clear of what I am going to do, or you must be the accomplice, Gu Donglu said lightly. The cottage came to the ceremony with sincerity. If Qin dynasty is really the accomplice, we won't just let it go. Saying this, Gu Donglu walked toward the Donghua clan. Suddenly, an invisible power broke out from his body and covered the whole space. Did Gu Donglu really dare to attack? The strong cultivators of Donghua clan stared at Gu Donglu coldly. Whoosh! Countless people stared at that man in white, their hearts clenching. Confronted with 2 top powers, he showed no fear but acted directly. Was this who Gu Donglu was? He didn't care whether the Qin dynasty would help the Donghua clan. As long as they offered help, they were the accomplice. Then, he had enough reason to fight them. As for the Donghua clan, he didn't even need to talk to them before fighting, since the fact was very obvious to all. He just needed to take that person. The nobles of the Donghua clan stepped out. Many of them were very strong. They wanted to see what kind of ability Gu Donglu had. It is said that the third disciple of the cottage is excellent, but not many people have experienced it. It seems that we have the chance now to find out how strong you can be. A strong upper-level noble walked out with a shocking noble intent. Spiritual qi went wild around him and the space became incomparably intense. An invisible force rushed toward Gu Donglu. Even people standing afar could sense that horrible pressure. A noble cultivator was indeed terrifying. However, Gu Donglu seemed to be unaware. He looked up indifferently as if there was nothing there. His eyes seemed to release a beam of the demon light which made his eyes more profound. At the same time, an invisible spiritual power appeared. That noble felt an invisible pressure against him, and the figure of Gu Donglu was magnified indefinitely in his mind. The scholarly man in white floated in the air like a god. It was not only him. The other nobles of the Donghua clan behind him felt the same. There was a long distance between them and Gu Donglu, but they felt as if he was standing before them, face to face. "See what I have?" Gu Donglu sneered. "Do you qualify?" Gu Donglio's voice sounded so mighty to those strong nobles. "Do you qualify? Qualify." The sound kept repeating in their minds. Gu Donglio's figure would not leave their vision. "Leave," Gu Donglu uttered. As the word leave resounded in the noble's mind, an invisible force pierced into him. The voice of Gu Donglu hit him like lightning and he grunted in pain. Blood burst from his mouth and he was forced back to the rest of the nobles. The people were all shocked by what they had seen. Just like the noble once said, Gu Donglu was famous but few people had seen him fight. They were fortunate to witness it now. Most people involuntarily looked at Qian Shanmu behind the strong cultivators of Donghua clan. He was claimed to be the best at rhythmic sorcery among the young generation. At this moment, Gu Donglio's voice was transformed into rhythm attacks, which was really incomparable. It was clear that Gu Donglu was an extremely powerful spiritual mandate sorcerer. "Who is the bully? Will the Donghua clan give the bully to me, or should I find him by myself?" Gu Donglu asked indifferently, ignoring the nobles of the Donghua clan. Up to now, he still had no idea who was the bully. But no matter whom it was, he would find out and take him away. He Jiang looked extremely embarrassed. He was part of the Donghua clan, one of the top powers. He didn't expect that Gu Donglu could be so bold. Moreover, he was afraid that nobody in the Donghua clan could stop Gu Donglu. Scanning them, Gu Donglu fixed his eyes on He Jiang as if he could find the bully only by judging their eyes and looks. "You?" Gu Donglu asked. He Jiang was so embarrassed that he dared not respond directly. Seeing this, Qin Yu frowned. He didn't expect that the Donghua clan could be so vulnerable. However, Gu Donglio's sharp words made it impossible for him to stop this. Gu Donglu continued walking forward. The Donghua clan seemed to be frozen. Every step the man in white made was like a beat to their hearts. At this moment, a line of figures appeared the sky and looked downward. "Gu Donglu." A cold voice was heard. Gu Donglu looked up to the sky behind him. "How dare you?" an old noble said. His voice resounded through the air like thunder. An invisible pressure rushed to Gu Donglu like a hand pushing down. Seeing this, Gu Donglu shot into that hand like lightning. Accompanied by a loud bang, that handprint was shattered and destroyed. Gu Donglu rushed directly towards the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan in the sky. The members of the Donghua clan here were all strong nobles. All kinds of horrible attacks were issued at once, blocking the sun. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu was relieved. Before this day, Qin Yu had warned the Donghua clan that since they should have the mightiness the top power of the Eastern Barren Territory should have, the people here at this time were indeed very strong. He Jiang was relieved too. That old man was his master uncle who had monstrous strength. Moreover, many people here were top nobles in the Eastern Barren Territory. They should be strong enough to deal with Gu Donglu. However, facing such strong attacks, Gu Donglu didn't escape. Instead, he moved straight forward. Every attack heading toward that white figure was dispelled and transformed into violent spiritual qi. People were all shocked by this scene. The strong cultivators of the Donghua clan attacked again, while Gu Donglu still made no resistance. He continued walking in the sky as if his figure was transformed into an illusory shadow. Boom! When he took another step forward, those figures in the sky stopped. The nobles who had arrived stiffened and lost their fierce momentum. Their faces were purple as if they were suffering from very strong pressure. Seeing this, the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan below stepped out, wanting to join hands with people in the sky to fight against Gu Donglu. He was too strong. "Stop," someone called coolly. The strong cultivators of the Donghua clan looked up to the sky and saw a proud figure walk out above the black dragon. Shui Yi also looked like a scholar. Looking at the Donghua clan, his expression turned strange and he asked, "Is this how you bullied my brother yesterday?" An ancient book appeared behind Shui Yi as soon as he spoke. Brilliant light radiated from the book. Like a treasured scroll, it was dazzling. This could be his dharma. The book opened automatically and pages rushed out one by one. For a moment the pages flew around Shui, surrounding him like a sea of paper. Thousands of books to read, Shui said slowly. The pages of the ancient book flew directly toward the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan. Suddenly, one of the pages was set aflame. It turned into a fire dragon, soaring toward the enemy. Another page turned into a mountain, crushing down to the enemy. Yet another page turned to ice and froze everything. In an instant, all kinds of images and attacks rushed to the people of the Donghua clan. Countless people were frozen in shock, their hearts trembling. 2 battles made the cottage known to all. One was First Disciple Sword Saint's battle with the Futian sword clan. The second was Third Disciple Gu Donglio's defeat of one of the top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. The 2 disciples of the cottage were very famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. Everyone knew them. However, people knew that the 4th disciple of the cottage was called Shui, but had never seen him fight. This seemed to be Shui's first battle down the mountain. At that moment, everyone seemed to see the birth of another man who would shake the world. Chapter 242. Who Dares to Bully? Chapter 242. Who Dares to Bully? The Dharma book transformed into 10,000 scrolls and flew out. Every page transformed into a powerful spell. One attack was like 1,000 spells. How powerful was this talent? How exactly did the disciples of the cottage cultivate? Even Yi Futian, standing on the black dragon, was shocked by his 4th senior brother and his eyes flashed. Second senior sister had told 4th senior brother to transcribe the books and Yi Futian had laughed that he would never finish. But now he wondered if he'd really only been transcribing. He thought of Yu Sheng's words. 3rd senior brother had said that transcribing, cooking, and chopping firewood was all cultivation. Thinking of how 5th senior brother's power was fire, Yi Futian felt speechless. Who said that the cottage didn't teach their disciples how to cultivate? They were taught according to their needs. They seemed to have started cultivating as soon as they entered the cottage. Even eating was a type of cultivation. There were 10,000 spells in the scrolls. Countless spells came to life at once. Many of them were powerful. They all swept towards the Donghua clan. Some of them were like spell scrolls where each page was a different one. Though there were many people from the Donghua clan and fought at once, they were still surrounded by spells. The thing the cottage is least afraid of is facing a large enemy, Shui said nonchalantly. He still stood in place. All the spiritual qi seemed to have turned into a windstorm. The book pages were like a vortex, violently swallowing spiritual qi to turn into spells. Everyone was speechless. There were only 8 disciples from the cottage, but each showed that they were the best of the best. Many of the pages flew towards one direction, towards Hejiang. Seeing all the pages coming, Hejiang retreated furiously. He was only a low-level noble. Luofan, the 5th disciple of the cottage, had easily defeated him. The 4th disciple was even stronger. He definitely was no match. Shui stood in the air. Powerful spiritual energy engulfed the space, and he cast many spells. Spiritual energy was the basis of sorcery. If Shui could instantaneously cast so many spells, his spiritual energy was definitely extraordinary. His control of spells was definitely strong. Shui was a pure sorcerer. He didn't study martial arts and didn't need to waste energy on that. His spells could fill in for all weaknesses. The Donghua clan members were all trapped in the spells, struggling furiously. Some powerful nobles stepped out to charge towards Shui. However, he just smiled. Waving a hand, more book pages flew out. One transformed into a horrible tornado. The sky became dark, collapsing onto everything. At the same time, countless pages melted into the tornado. Fire, lightning, and golden swords instantly appeared in the windstorm. This terrifying tornado went forward like the end of the world. Powerful sorcerers could combine spells of different elements and cast them together. With Shui's talent, he could do this well. Now the combined spell was terrifying even for nobles. Retreat. All lower-level nobles retreated quickly when seeing the incoming windstorm. However, it swept past at a shocking speed. There were pathetic cries. One noble was stabbed in the gut by a golden sword released by the windstorm. Blood flowed out. Some people were struck by lightning. their entire body turning black and their hair standing up. They felt numb all over. He Jiang hid at the back of the crowd and tried to escape. However, the pages followed him directly. They transformed into a weight that made the sky and earth sink down. He Jiang's speed slowed too. At the same time, golden ropes swept towards him, circling in the air. It sealed off all escape routes. You still want to escape? Shui Yi asked indifferently. He was enveloped in the spell made from the pages. He stepped out and appeared inside the windstorm he'd cast. He walked with the storm through the crowd of Donghua clan nobles. Everyone retreated. No one dared to block him. In only a moment, Shui Yi was before He Jiang. The golden rope wrapped around He Jiang tightly. His face paled considerably. Let go of him. The Donghua clan's cultivators grouped again. Their auras were furious as they surrounded Shui Yi. Are you kidding? Shui Yi scanned them and mockery filled his eyes. Mistreating my juniors when you're only in the noble plane. Did you forget the cottage exists? The people in the distance were shaken. The fourth disciple of the cottage had come, and he was another powerful figure. His personality was different from Gu Donglu. While Gu Donglu was sharp, Shui Yi was indifferent but arrogant. He didn't seem to care about anyone. Though they were different, they had the same proudness. It seemed to be the cottage's temperament. Gu Donglu, is the cottage trying to make a scene? A Donghua clan cultivator in the air said to him. Gu Donglu didn't attack them. Merely standing there was able to put terror in everyone. No one dared to act recklessly. There was no need for fighting. Just him standing there was enough. Gu Donglu gazed at him coolly, not feeling the need to reply. His arrogant eyes were filled with disdain. Did the Donghua clan expect this would happen when they bullied Yu Shang and Yi Futian? Since they hurt the two, they would have to pay. Since they already committed the crime, there was no more need for small talk. Shui Yi had He Jiang's body tied and he walked forward casually. The book remained in the air. Thousands of pages danced with the wind, releasing shocking spells at any time. His steps were as light as him. He didn't care about the strong cultivators of the Donghua clan around him at all. He Jiang's expression was as horrible as it could be. As a noble in the Donghua clan, he obviously had his own pride. Who in the Eastern Barren Territory, other than the Qin dynasty and college, would dare to look down on him? He was high up wherever he went. But now, he was tied up by the cottage's disciple like a criminal. There were so many people from the Donghua clan here, but no one could save him. It was depressing. Third brother, how should we punish him? Shui Yi asked, looking up at the white-clad figure in the air. Countless eyes looked up at once. Punish? Was the cottage prepared to punish a Donghua clan noble here? Gu Donglu, do not destroy the harmony too much. Qin Yu looked up and said. Crown Prince, you should say that to the Donghua clan. Gu Donglu said indifferently. Then he uttered coldly, disable him. Countless hearts shook in the vast space. A noble figure from the Donghua clan was extremely respected no matter where in the Eastern Barren Territory. Who dared to disrespect him? But today, outside the Qin Palace, Gu Donglio's punishment to him was only 2 words, disable him. He would disable a Donghua noble on the spot. In the air, the elder's voice was so heavy. Only Gu Donglu dared to do this. Only he would disable a Donghua noble before everyone. Okay. Shui Yi nodded and then gazed at He Jiang. This moment He Jiang just felt cold. He looked at Shui Yi's look of disdain and knew that he dared to do so. The frightening ropes transformed into the sharpest blades and dug straight into He Jiang's body. In an instant, He Jiang grunted and his face was ashen. Shui Yi didn't just dare to do so. He did it without any delay. He Jiang's body was icy and he couldn't help but shiver. In addition to pain, there was terror. For a cultivator to have his fate taken away, it was worse than death. He would rather die. A noble needed courage to live after being disabled. The horrible power went wild inside his body, destroying all his veins. No, He Jiang roared. He was a noble of the Donghua clan. He was high and mighty, looking down on countless people. But now he would be disabled just because he had slapped Yu Shang? He couldn't accept this. Golden light went crazy on him. He roared in pain and yelled in anger. Everyone watched him with pounding hearts. This was the cottage, the proud cottage. No one could mistreat the cottage, not even the Donghua clan. So what if the Donghua clan was the #1 clan? Even the cultivators of the top forces were shocked. They would never forget this scene. Who would dare to bully the cottage after this? The cottage had shown their style with 2 battles in the past. Today was the 3rd battle. News of it would spread throughout the Donghua clan just like the previous 2. The Donghua clan watched powerlessly as their noble was disabled. They rose up and down in anger, clenching their fists. However, Gu Donglu and Shui Yu were like a 1,000-man army. If the cottage were like the other clans, how could they gain their reputation with just the few of them? Qin Yu and the others from the Qin dynasty were aghast as well. They weren't directly involved, but anyone could notice some things. He Jiang was disabled right outside the Qin palace. This made things difficult for the Qin dynasty. Gu Donglu was equal to Qin Yu but was even more arrogant and cruel. As for his words, Gu Donglu completely ignored him. Time would tell. This event wasn't over yet. Yi Futian quietly watched all this from the back of the Black Dragon. Gu Donglu had gone to the Kangyi kingdom to invite him into the cottage. At that time, he'd said that no one in the Eastern Barren territory would dare to mistreat the cottage's disciple. He had been very proud. Now Gu Donglu and Shui Yi had used their actions to prove these words. No one dared to bully the cottage, not even the top clan, the Donghua clan, or the Qin dynasty. Chapter 243, The Junior is More Thoughtful. Chapter 243. The junior is more thoughtful. He Jiang fell to the ground. With his cultivation gone, his expression was like dead ashes. He knew what this meant for him. The people of the Donghua clan looked at Gu Donglu and Shui Yi. Someone said coldly, "Gu Donglu, have you thought of the consequences?" Gu Donglu walked out and returned to the dragon. Shui Yi gazed at the Donghua disciple coolly with disdain. Consequence? Did the Donghua clan not think of consequences when they attacked the cottage? Declare war as you wish, Gu Donglu said. Then the black dragon roared and its body shook. It turned and shot into the clouds, flying towards the distance. Countless eyes stared at the figure in white. As it disappeared, they still couldn't calm down. Only the cottage could act like this in the Eastern Barren territory. Only they could disrespect the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan like this. Declare war as you wish. They didn't fear war even if they were alone. The people from the college glanced at the Donghua clan. Sitawu said, "Let's go." Then they left immediately. The Sword Saint Mountain and Lu Kingdom departed as well. The people of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan remained in their spots. Many of the members of top forces had odd expressions. Was this really the titling ceremony for the Qin dynasty's crown prince? Qin Yu's name should be the one spreading throughout on a day like this. However, people will only remember that the cottage had come from afar and disabled a Donghua noble. They would only remember Gu Donglu, the 3rd disciple of the cottage, and the arrogant scholar Shui Yi. Someone would be remembered today. However, it was not Qin Yu who had become crown prince. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were only the supporting characters. Qian Shanmu stared at the figures that had long disappeared. The things that had happened made him feel many things. It had started because of him and Qin Mengrua. The gradually evolving clash between 2 large forces ended with the Donghua clan's temporary defeat. Of course, what really moved him wasn't the Donghua clan's humiliation. Rather, it was the cottage's disciples. No matter if it was Gu Donglu, Shui Yu, or even Yi Futian and Yu Shang, they were also extraordinary. Was this what the cottage was? The sacred and inextinguishable legend of the Eastern Barren territory? He had seen Gu Donglio's arrogance today. Compared to his senior brother, Gu Donglio's aura was sharper. They often cultivated together, so he obviously was very familiar. Now he wanted to know if the legendary senior brother or Gu Donglu was stronger. The Donghua clan's noble was disabled today, and planted the seed for the future. He had a feeling that the two would definitely have a battle. Gu Donglu and Yi Futian obviously didn't know what he was thinking. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. The cottage acted as they pleased. On the dragon's back, Gu Donglu stood beside Yi Futian and said, "This isn't over." Yi Futian was surprised and looked at him. Gu Donglu faced forward with his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "The Qin dynasty won't admit it, but they were definitely involved. Luo Fan told me that they must have allied with the Donghua clan to repress the cottage, which is why they started with you. However, I am not strong enough to defeat the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan. Thus, I can only disable the one who hurt Yu Shang. I'm sorry. Third brother. Yi Futian felt warm inside. His third and fourth senior brothers had traveled such great lengths today to the Qin palace. They helped take revenge for him and Yu Shang, even disabling a noble, but still felt they didn't do enough. Junior. Gu Donglu turned to gaze at him and said, "The teacher once said something to all the disciples. I will now repeat it to you." Yi Futian nodded. He said that when walking in the world, the most important thing is to respect your teacher, Gu Donglu said. Yi Futian was surprised and then shocked. As expected of the cottage's teacher, impressive. Gu Donglu didn't think anything was wrong with it, as if it was a fact. He then said, "Other than that, you must use reason." What is reason? Reason is the rules of the world. If the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan declared war, you have to bear any consequences if you agree. The cottage will not take revenge for you. That is the way. However, they didn't follow the rules, so reason is on the side of the cottage. Thus, the cottage has nothing to fear. If there is anything more powerful than reason, then it is your fist. If your fist isn't strong enough, you have no right to talk about reason. Therefore, the most basic thing of life is cultivation. Yi Futian was utterly impressed. They were simple phrases but sounded like truths of the universe. He grew even more curious about his teacher. The cottage had fought many times, showing their demeanor, and this demeanor must have been created by the teacher he had not yet met. But thinking of the first sentence, he felt awkward. What kind of person was the teacher? I'll keep it in mind. Yi Futian nodded. There's something else, Gu Donglu said. Before coming, I'd wanted Yu Shang to become the 9th disciple of the cottage. Yi Futian was shocked but quickly smiled. The moment Yu Shang entered the cottage, he understood that Yu Shang would become a true disciple there as well. Of course, his feelings towards the cottage weren't the same as now. At that time, the cottage was mysterious and powerful to him. Now it was warm like a home. He was definitely happy if Yu Shang could be part of it. But Yu Shang rejected me, Gu Donglu continued. Yi Futian's smile froze and stared at the other in shock. He said that if you're here, he's here, Gu Donglu said slowly. Yi Futian muttered, "That idiot." Indeed. Gu Donglu chuckled. However, I like him. Even if he's not the 9th disciple, he's still a part of us. Thank you, third senior brother. Yi Futian chuckled too. Why don't you thank me? Shui asked sadly, moving closer to them. Fourth senior brother, I think that you should transcribe more books when you get back, Yi Futian said with a smile. These words were genuine. To fourth senior brother, transcribing books must be very useful. We're done, Shui said in mock anger. Then he looked to Gu Donglu and grinned. Third senior brother, I kind of miss our teacher. I want to go find him. Looking at him, Gu Donglu smiled and patted Shui's shoulder. Junior, he must be very touched, but there's no need to go look for him. If he doesn't want to come back, no one can find him. Then I want to go into the society to experience the love and hate of the world, Shui continued. What about me is not enough for you? Gu Donglu asked with his hands behind his back. Shui froze. He quickly smiled and said, No, senior, you're so talented and wise. Okay. Gu Donglu nodded. Then what about second senior sister isn't enough for you? Shui flinched and quickly said, Senior, I'll go back to the cottage. I still need to get advice from second senior sister. You still know your manners. Gu Donglu nodded, but Shui felt dispirited. Yi Futian gaped at this, his expression a bit dramatic. This was too impressive. Shui seemed to sense something. He glanced at Yi Futian and glared. Yi Futian looked away as if he saw nothing. When they returned to the cottage, Yu Shang's injury was much better. Fifth senior brother must have given him many nutrients. Second senior sister glanced at them. She didn't ask what had happened. Since Gu Donglu had gone personally, they wouldn't have returned if the crisis wasn't solved. Therefore, she didn't need to ask. Her pretty eyes falling on Yi Futian, she said, Junior, come over. Oh. Yi Futian nodded and walked before her. Senior sister, he greeted. Did you get hurt? Zhuge Hui studied him. No, I'm great, Yi Futian replied with a smile. That's good. Did your fifth senior brother not take good care of you this time? Zhuge Hui asked. Hearing this, Luo Fan looked up from his cooking and shook his head furiously. Yi Futian saw Luo Fan's movements and quickly chuckled. He took care of me well. What happened was pure accident. Luo Fan let out a relieved sigh but quickly looked jealous and hurt. Senior sister, he said pitifully. Why are you so biased? Life was so hard on the mountain. I finally have a junior brother to take care of, the second senior sister said, grinning. Beside her, Yi Xiaoshi made a face, feeling extremely frustrated. He had been the youngest before Yi Futian came, but he didn't get this treatment. Why was the difference so obvious? Yi Futian shook his head. Of the 8 disciples in the cottage, only second and sixth senior sister are girls. You two are like fairies. I should be the one protecting you and lessening your worries. Luo Fan and Yi Xiaoshi gaped at Yi Futian. They finally knew why there was a difference. As expected, second senior sister smiled brilliantly. Junior, you're more thoughtful than the others. Depressed, Luo Fan lowered his head and continued feeding the fire. He missed the days off the mountain. He didn't know when he could go out again. Many days later, the Qin Palace event spread through the Eastern Barren territory. It caused a huge splash and countless people discussed it. They didn't really know what had happened previously inside the palace. Only those top forces knew the details. However, the cottage disabling a Donghua noble outside the palace was enough to shake the entire region. Countless eyes focused on the Donghua clan. As a group that wanted to become the top clan, would the Donghua clan let this go? No matter what happened earlier, this had nothing to do with right or wrong anymore. It was a fight for power between these two forces. Just as everyone was focused on them, countless people walked out of the Donghua clan one day. Chapter 244. A Great Disturbance. Chapter 244. A great disturbance. The Eastern Barren Territory's eyes were all focused on the countless people who walked out of the Donghua clan. However, instead of the college, they went towards the Qin Dynasty Imperial City. After that, there was news that Qian Shanmu, the genius talent of the Donghua clan, had gone to the Imperial City to propose to Princess Qin Mangru. The Qin Dynasty agreed. All of the Eastern Barren Territory was shaken by this news. Even though the top forces had felt this day would come when they were at the palace, they didn't expect it would come so quickly. The Donghua clan had proposed before the fiasco with the noble was solved. Everyone obviously knew what this meant. An even more powerful force was about to be born. The Qin Dynasty, Donghua clan, and college made up the 3 points of the heart of the Eastern Barren Territory. Now the first two were united and the spear was pointed towards the college now. This was not all. More important news spread afterward. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo's wedding was set to be the first day of the next year. To celebrate the marriage, the Qin Dynasty and Donghua clan would build a holy land together. It would be located in the Chaoga city in the heart of the Eastern Barren Territory. It would be a college. In this college, the teachers would be the strong cultivators of the Qin Dynasty and Donghua clan. The students could choose freely to enter either or neither of the forces. This news really shook everyone. They vaguely felt that a storm was about to sweep across the Eastern Barren Territory. There were many colleges, but the first that everyone thought of when hearing that word was the Eastern Barren College. It was a sacred land for cultivation. Now the Qin Dynasty and Donghua clan would build a new college together. The significance went without saying. It finally dawned on the forces. They vaguely understood everything that had happened in the Qin Imperial City. The Qin Dynasty and Donghua clan had purposely repressed the college and tried to destroy the legendary reputation of the cottage. It was foreshadowing this. Unfortunately, it didn't succeed. Otherwise, the cottage getting humiliated would definitely create more excitement for this announcement and cause even bigger waves. Even so, the news still shook up the Eastern Barren Territory. The Qin Dynasty and Donghua clan announced that the college would be constructed within 3 months. After that, it would start enrolling students. The opening ceremony would be held on the first day of the next year. It was the same day as Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengruo's wedding, which would also be held in Chaoga City. There was even more. The Qin Dynasty and Donghua clan continued on to announce that all top forces could participate. They invited the forces to establish the college together and make it the unrivaled holy land for cultivation. Their disciples could also study in the college and have friendly competitions. This stirred up the various top forces. They all wondered if they should join. If the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were successful, they may truly threaten the Eastern Baron College's status. They may even replace it. All the headlines threw the Eastern Baron territory into a frenzy. For so many years, all the top talents would choose the college as their first choice. Furthermore, something like the cottage existed. Last year, many great geniuses had appeared in the ancient Baron world: Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Xiao Wuji. The first two joined the cottage while Xiao Wuji joined the college. The cottage was part of the college. The three of them had all become disciples of the college. Clearly, the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan didn't like this. If this trend continued and the college had the ambition to take over, they could call up all their disciples and it would be terrifying. The only reason why the college hadn't instilled any such fear now was because it wasn't like a clan. However, the Sword Saint and the Sword Saint Mountain existed. It acted like a warning bell. If something happened to the cottage, the Sword Saint would definitely get involved. If more people like him existed and were called upon by the college, they could possibly take over the entire Eastern Baron territory. Many disciples of the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan walked towards all directions, seemingly headed to the various top forces. Not long ago, a similar scene had happened when at the ceremony for the Qin dynasty's crown prince. What was it for now? Many people already had premonitions. While the world was being shaken up, the cottage was like in another world. It didn't care about the mundane matters. Inside the small hut in the bamboo forest, a group sat on the ground. There was a clean piece of cloth on the ground. A fragrant odor came from it, making one drool. Cultivators didn't need to eat every day. Meals were unimportant. However, it was important in the cottage. Eating was also cultivation. "I'm so hungry," Yi Xiaoshi muttered. "Second sister, can we eat now?" "Xiaoshi, you're so fat. Don't eat that much," second senior sister advised. Yi Xiaoshi nodded. It seemed that she still cared about him and didn't want him to get fat. "Junior, eat more." Second senior sister moved her chopsticks first and got meat for Yi Futian. Yi Xiaoshi blinked. He'd been happy for nothing. "Thank you, senior sister. You should eat more too," Yi Futian said, his eyes bright. "No, I'm fat and can't eat too much." Second senior sister smiled. "No way. Your figure is flawless. If you go down the mountain, so many girls will be jealous," Yi Futian said. "During the trip, I heard that the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Baron territory are Qin Mengrua, Chu Yao, and Hua Qingqing. I saw 2 of them, but they're not as pretty as you. If you go down the mountain, you'll definitely steal their spotlight." Shui Yi Luofan and Yi Xiaoshi were dumbfounded at these words. They looked side to side and then started eating quietly. You had to be born with this talent. They could only worship him. Zhuge Hui's smile grew even more brilliant. At this time, Gu Donglu got some food for her. "You like eating this, so stop talking." Zhuge Hui glanced at him, her smile still there, but she ignored him. The other disciples were used to this. "Senior sister Xinger, you eat more too." Yi Futian got some food for Beiteng Xinger. Beiteng Xinger smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Junior." Shui Yi and the others had a feeling that their status would get even lower, completely destroyed by their junior. Second senior sister, third senior brother. "Did you hear what happened down there?" Yi Xiaoshi asked. "What?" Gu Donglu asked. "The marriage between the Qin dynasty and Donghua clan," Yi Xiaoshi replied. "They'll also build a college in Chaoga City." "I know." Gu Donglu nodded lightly and didn't continue. Yi Xiaoshi was speechless. Perhaps to Gu Donglu, only Zhuge Hui was important. Apparently, this news had stirred up waves in the outside world. It caused a commotion even in the other mountains of the college. Only the cottage was like in their own world. "Earlier, Qin Yu said some things to me, basically wanting to ally with the cottage or college," Luofan said. "I rejected him. They'd probably been planning this already." "Big ambitions but small scale," Gu Donglu commented. "Yes. After all, not everyone is as idealistic as our teacher." Luofan chuckled. Yi Futian glanced at him. Luofan had mentioned the teacher's ideal. What ideal could he have? Third senior brother had said that the other scale was too small. Then what was the teacher's like? As they were chatting, a group arrived below Book Mountain. They looked up the steps that led to the mountain. The college and cottage were situated there. One of the people walked up to the steps and called, The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan are here to visit the college. The voice traveled up the steps and landed on the book mountain, inside the college. All the students were shaken. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan had come to visit. The alliance between these two top forces had caused such an uproar, and now they'd come to visit personally. No one on the book mountain replied. The group waited quietly below the steps. They could vaguely see many students on the other end of the steps looking down. Then a voice said, "Welcome. We are here for 2 things and will leave as soon as we finish. We won't go up to disturb you all," the strong cultivator said. His voice resounded in the air and echoed through the mountain. First, the man began, "Princess Qin Mengruo of the Qin dynasty will hold her wedding in Chaoga City on the first day of year 10002. On that day, the Dongqing College will also hold its opening ceremony. We will invite all top forces to attend that day and witness the start of a glorious era. We are here now to invite the Eastern Baron College." The new college would be named the Dongqing College, with Dong meaning Eastern. The name seemed to come from the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty, but was also a jab at the Eastern Baron College's name. "Okay, we will attend," the voice up above said. Secondly, Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan will challenge Gu Donglu of the cottage on that day in the Chaoga City. The man spoke again. This time, countless hearts trembled. This was even more newsworthy than the wedding. Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan would challenge Gu Donglu of the cottage. They were both definite talents of the Eastern Baron territory, respected and worshipped by many. They were both top figures now and stood where many looked up to. They would soon fight each other. Merely this news was enough to shake up the Eastern Baron territory. Will Gu Donglu of the cottage accept this challenge? The sound waves rolled and swept through the sky towards the top of Book Mountain. Even the disciples of the college shuddered inwardly. Countless eyes turned to the cottage. That part of the mountain seemed extremely serene. But then, a voice cut through the serenity and traveled down. "Okay." The voice only uttered one word. The cottage accepted. Chapter 245. No status. Chapter 245. No status. Every generation of the Eastern Baron territory produced great talents. Strong cultivators abounded. However, there were only 3 most legendary figures in Gu Donglio's generation. They had all produced brilliant histories. Gu Donglu, the 3rd disciple of the cottage. Lu Nantian of the Donghua clan. Crown Prince Qin Yu of the Qin dynasty. These 3 of equal status were now at the top level of the Eastern Baron territory. With Qin Yu becoming crown prince, it was obvious their generation would begin to rule the territory. These 3 were the leaders of the generation. Lu Nantian was the most famous of the Donghua clan. He was unrivaled. He had once defeated top figures of the same generation from other forces. Even people from previous generations had lost to him. He fought fewer and fewer these years because fewer people were qualified. There were only 2 in the vast Eastern Baron territory, Gu Donglu and Qin Yu. Now Lu Nantian had challenged Gu Donglu, 3rd disciple of the cottage. This news quickly spread throughout the Eastern Baron territory, causing fervor. A legendary battle would naturally be watched by all. Was this the Donghua clan's response? If Lu Nantian had challenged publicly, did it mean that he had the confidence to win? Even though he had a brilliant record and had never lost, no one doubted that this fight would be his most difficult one. After the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty left, the college was in a fervor. Not only did the 2 team up to establish the Dongqing College to compete with them, now Lu Nantian came to challenge Gu Donglu. This was all building up to something. They knew that Gu Donglu couldn't lose this fight. This was not only a fight involving Gu Donglu, it affected the entire college. One could imagine the consequence if the cottage's Gu Donglu lost to Lu Nantian on the opening ceremony of the Dongqing ceremony. However, the cottage was still quiet. After that voice traveled down from it, everything went back to normal. They returned to their own duties. It was still a long while before the next year. Cultivating was the most important task. Yi Futian began cultivating as well. The trip down the mountain had motivated him greatly. The Dharma plane was way too weak in the Eastern Baron territory. If not for his status as part of the cottage, he probably wouldn't even be able to walk out there. Any random strong cultivator would be able to kill him. That was the main reason why the top talents all joined different forces. If they cultivated alone, it would be dangerous no matter how talented they were. The book cave of the cottage contained tens of thousands of books. Second senior sister and third senior brother didn't ask about Yi Futian's cultivation. They just told him to read more. The book spanned every topic. He was a full attribute sorcerer, so reading was definitely good. He could cultivate different elements as well as elemental martial arts. He could even learn to be like fourth senior brother, and cast spells of different elements together to be even more powerful. This was the advantage of full attribute sorcerers. After a few days, the Black Wind Eagle came to the cottage too. With Yi Futian's rising status, second senior sister obviously wouldn't care about this. The Black Wind Eagle had meat every meal and was overjoyed. It was so nourishing. What made Yi Futian speechless was that it would often go to the cave that trapped many noble demons to show off. So what if they were demon kings? They still had to work every day. Only the Black Wind Eagle could go freely in the cottage. Whenever the demon kings saw its annoying gaze, they would get the urge to eat it. It was a bastard. The days of cultivation passed extremely quickly. Without realizing, months passed and Yi Futian reached the 5th level Dharma plane. The shocking news from months ago was still affecting the Eastern Barren territory. This storm was destined to continue. In the Chaoga city, the Dongqing College was already completed and had started enrolling students. Anyone who was talented enough could study there. Entering the college meant that they could freely choose between the Donghua clan and Qin dynasty. With this attractiveness, one could imagine the commotion it caused. Countless people headed towards Chaoga city. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with Yi Futian. That day, the Black Wind Eagle flew to the distance from the Book Mountain. There were 2 people on its back, Yi Futian and Yushang. They'd been busy with cultivating and hadn't gone to see Master and Masteress. The divine capital ancient city was extremely vast and hundreds of miles away from the Book Mountain. There was a neighborhood there and the Black Wind Eagle landed in a certain mansion. This place was still named the Guqin Gardens. There were too many memories in the Donghai city, so they used the same name to commemorate it. Masteress, we're here. Yi Futian jumped off the Black Wind Eagle and went to one courtyard. Hua Fenglu was playing his guqin. Nandu Wanyin and Tang Lan were beside him. This scene was beautiful. Seeing this, Yi Futian smiled brightly. He was obviously happy to see them all. The music stopped and Hua Fenglu looked up. He seemed to have aged backwards since his time at the Qingzhou city and Donghai city. He was extremely handsome. Yi Futian felt that only his master's looks were close to his. Master, you're living in paradise, Yi Futian said while smiling at Mistress and Tang Lan. Stop your smart mouth. I heard you made trouble in the Qin palace. Tang Lan glared at him. He was so improper and teased them as soon as he arrived. Aunt Tang, you already know? Yi Futian smiled timidly. I'm afraid everyone here knows. Tang Lan gave him a look. Book Mountain was in the suburbs of the divine capital. The cottages Gudonglu had descended into the Qin dynasty with mightiness. Such shocking news had spread all over the Eastern Barren territory, let alone the divine capital. Aunt Tang, you know me. I never look for trouble, Yi Futian said pitifully. Futian, were you mistreated in the Qin dynasty? Nandu Wanyin asked gently. Mistress, you're the best. Touched Yi Futian said, don't worry. Third senior brother already took revenge for me. Of course you weren't mistreated. You're not the one who was hurt, a cold voice said. Yi Xiang and Yi Qingxian walked over. Yi Xiang glared at Yi Futian and asked, why do you always involve my student when you make trouble? Yi Futian was speechless. You always think I'm the one who caused trouble. The old man was too biased. Yusheng is an honest man. Of course it's you, Yi Xiang said. Teacher, it has nothing to do with Futian, Yusheng said. Yi Xiang gave his student a look. He felt helpless. This kid always sided with Yusheng and Yi Xiang couldn't do anything about it. Yi Qingxian walked to Yusheng and looked up lovingly. Were you hurt badly? Yusheng smiled broadly. Don't worry. The food at the cottage is great. Not only am I okay, I'm stronger than before. That's good. Yi Qingxian smiled sweetly and took Yusheng's hand. Ah, I miss my fox, Yi Futian muttered as he watched their public displays of affection. He wondered how Jieyu was doing at the Moon Clan and if she was mistreated. However, Jieyu was so clever. She was definitely doing fine. All you think about is your fox, Tang Lan said. Now that you and Yushang are so famous in the college, you're probably settled. When will you help get my student in too? Behind her, Tang Wan's eyes flashed. Her gentle eyes fell upon Yi Futian. She still vaguely remembered bringing Yi Futian into the Donghai Academy back then. Yi Futian had fought all the way in. It was not even 2 years later, but Yi Futian's name was known all over the Eastern Barren territory. He developed so quickly that she felt powerless. Yi Futian gaped at Tang Lan. The guys at the college didn't like him that much. It was no easy task to bring Tang Wan in. As for the cottage, how could he even bring it up? He'd witnessed the talents of those at the cottage. They didn't even invite someone like Xiao Wuji. Aunt Tang, that's... Yi Futian didn't know how to respond. Look at your student. He's not reliable at all, Tang Lan said to Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian felt wronged. It's hard for me to come down. Why do you keep bullying me? Why did the other disciples all want to go down the mountain but he liked being up there more? His status was too low in this family. Second senior sister loved him more. Brother Fenglu, a bright voice suddenly said. Yi Xiang and Hua Fenglu looked outside and saw 2 figures walk in. They strode over directly. Yi Futian glanced at them. One was middle-aged and the other was a young man around 20 years old. The younger was quite handsome and had a nice temperament. When his gaze fell on Yi Futian and Yushang, his eyebrow arched. His eyes contained slight animosity. Though it was just a flash, Yi Futian was sensitive and caught it. It was their first meeting. Why did he treat them like enemies? Brother Nangong, how come you came over? Yi Xiang asked. It's embarrassing, but this kid missed a beautiful girl. I came over with him. The newcomer chuckled. The young man beside him glanced at Yi Qingxian beside Yushang. Then his eyes fell on Tang Wan. Wan, there's a gathering tomorrow. I want to invite you, he said to Tang Wan. Tang Wan glanced at him and shook her head immediately. I won't go. It's a gathering within my family. Many people will go. It's the birthday of an elder, so a lot of people will go. Nangong Jiao has returned from the college too, and they'll attend tomorrow. At that time, there'll be many talented people from our generation. You can go take a look. The young man spoke with a smile as if flirting with Tang Wan. Yi Futian blinked. Someone was pursuing Tang Wan. Chapter 246. Letter. Chapter 246. Letter. Tang Wan was warm and gentle like water. It was very normal for her to have pursuers. If she could find someone suitable, Yi Futian would naturally be happy for him. As for the Nangong Jiao that the young man had mentioned, he seemed to have heard of her before. The girl he'd climbed Book Mountain with was named Nangong Jiao, right? She hadn't left a strong impression. Yi Futian just remembered that she was a bit proud. No, it's not suitable for me to go to a family gathering, Tang Wan said gently. She smiled and shook her head. She seemed to be uninterested in this young man. No worries. Qingxian can go too, the young man continued. We're all in the same clan, and Nangong Jiao had also brought her fellow disciples from the college to celebrate together. This is a very rare chance. Not only will you see geniuses, you'll also see some nobles. I'm not going, Yi Qingxian said and leaned into Yushang. What did this have to do with her? Same clan. Yi Futian was confused and glanced at Hua Fenglu and Tang Lan. Tang Lan glared at him. She hadn't given him a nice look yet, which frustrated Yi Futian. Why did she hate him? What did he do wrong? There are many academies in the divine capital. We are now teaching at the Zhenwu Academy. Tang Wan and Qingxian are also studying there. Tang Lan said to Yi Futian. Brother Nangong is also a teacher there. I see. Yi Futian nodded. His master obviously wouldn't stay at home all the time. The divine capital was one of the 3 major cities in the Eastern Barren territory. It was very busy and naturally had many academies. Though they couldn't be compared with the top forces, they were still skilled. His master could teach there without any problems. While teaching, he could learn as well. Brother Fenglu, why have I never seen these 2 before? Nangong Qing asked. This is my student. That is Yi Xiang's student. Hua Fenglu answered with a smile. Since Wanner doesn't want to go, then she won't go. Thank you for your invitation. The young man's eyes flashed. He scanned Yi Futian, the animosity growing. Yi Qingxian and Yu Shang's relationship was already clear. Yi Xiang's student was with his daughter. Then if Tang Wan was Tang Lan's student and Yi Futian was Hua Fengliu's student, perhaps. Yi Futian was also extremely attractive. I see. Nan Gongcheng smiled and nodded. He didn't mind. Hua Fengliu's cultivation was extraordinary, while those who studied in the Zhanwu Academy were mostly lower. His student wouldn't be that important either, though his outer appearance was nice. He looked like a ladies' man just like Hua Fengliu. The two beauties besides Hua Fengliu were very pretty, especially Nan Duwanin. Brother Fengliu, you don't have to reject me so quickly, Nan Gongcheng said cheerily. You can bring your family to the Nangong family's gathering and gain some experiences. You can see what our family is like and the younger ones can learn some things. Nan Gongcheng's tone was calm, but there was an undertone of superiority. After all, he was from the Nangong family. Even if he wasn't from the heir's line, he was still better than Hua Fengliu. If not for the fact that he seemed to have a treasure, Nan Gongcheng wouldn't try so hard. It's rare for my student to come back, so we want to spend more time together. We won't go disturb the Nangong family. Hua Fengliu shook his head. His student didn't need to go to the Nangong family to learn. This guy had made a mess in the Qin dynasty earlier. It was rare for someone in the Eastern Baron territory who didn't know him. Brother Fengliu, you're really embarrassing me. Nan Gongcheng was clearly unhappy. Hua Fengliu was giving him a hard time. His son had feelings for Tang Wan and he'd planned to have his son marry her after succeeding with this event. If Tang Wan had the honor to marry into the Nangong family, Hua Fengliu and the others would naturally rely on them. At that time it would be much easier to get that treasure. It would take some time but no one could say anything about it. It was killing two birds with one stone. However, Hua Fengliu and Tang Wan seemed to not know their place. Yi Futian frowned. Their attitude completely changed once they were rejected. Are you really important? Yi Futian glanced at Nan Gongcheng. Nan Gongcheng scanned him and smiled thinly. I am speaking with your teacher. You're in no place to speak. Where are your manners? You're not qualified to talk about manners. Nan Duwanin's expression turned cold too. Nan Gongcheng glanced at Nan Duwanin and smirked. They really were so proud. Since we are cultivating in the same place, I won't take offense in this. It is Tang Wan's luck to be noticed by my son. You can decide what you should do. Goodbye, Nan Gongcheng said indifferently. Then he turned and walked away. His eyes glinted. If they were that arrogant they would have to wait and see. Yi Futian watched the receding backsides. His eyes turned cold. Was the Nangong family that arrogant? Not even the cottage would act like this outside. Master, why are you friends with these people? Yi Futian asked. You think everyone's like you, cultivating happily in the cottage and not needing to care about anything in the outside world? Tang Lan said. The Nangong family is a noble family in the divine capital. They're very powerful. Even if we don't want to be friends, we can't offend them either. Aunt Tang, you can tell them I'm master's student. Then they won't bother you all, Yi Futian said. Don't you know that your master likes his dignity? Tang Lan glanced at Hua Fengliu and Yi Futian was embarrassed. He obviously knew his master's personality. It was normal to brag about your teacher. However, bragging about your student, Hua Fengliu probably felt it was humiliating. Furthermore, Yi Futian was now a famous person in the Eastern Baron territory. If his master bragged about him outside, it could cause negativity. Thinking of this, Yi Futian felt bad. It seemed that he wasn't being a very good student. We must solve this, Yi Xiang said now. Nan Gongcheng keeps bothering us because he discovered accidentally that your master has a cultivating treasure. It's the stone statue you gave him. Nan Gongcheng had asked about it curiously and acted really close to us. He also had his son pursue Tang Wan for this. You saw earlier. He'll try other tactics. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He saw that the other didn't have good intentions, but this was easy to solve. How about I go back and ask if you all can cultivate in the mountain? He said to Hua Fengliu. Nonsense, Hua Fengliu uttered. Looking at him, he said, you only have one teacher in the cottage. What will we do up there? What was the cottage? It was a holy land for cultivation. There weren't even 10 people in it now, but Yi Futian wanted them all to go? What was that for? He wouldn't go even if the cottage agreed. Even though you have a bad temper, you're still my master. No matter how many people teach me, your status won't go down. Seeing Hua Fenglu look at him, Yi Futian chuckled. Are you touched? There's nothing to be touched about, Hua Fenglu said. Even if I'm not your master, I'm still your father-in-law. With that, Hua Fenglu gave Yi Futian a look. Status? A father-in-law's status was quite high, right? Yi Futian stared at Hua Fenglu. He had to admit defeat. However, he smiled brightly and went to massage Hua Fenglu's shoulders. Father-in-law, you're right. When can I get married to Jieyu? Depends on my mood, Hua Fenglu said while enjoying the massage. Let's see if this guy dares to act proud in front of me. Then how do you feel now? Not that great, Hua Fenglu answered lazily. Yi Futian felt depressed. They all said that mothers-in-law were difficult, but his mistress loved him. His master plus father-in-law was impossible. Yi Futian didn't leave. He planned on spending a few days with master and mistress. Jieyu wasn't here while he was always at the cottage. He wasn't doing his duties as a student. Yusheng hadn't seen Qingxian in a long while either. The next day was the birthday celebration of a Nangong elder. There were many guests. Countless people came to congratulate him. As a noble family, the Nangong family had a rich heritage and many connections. Many people wanted to take part in the birthday celebration. Furthermore, they'd heard that the daughter had come back. It seemed to be her grandfather's birthday. A lot of people wanted to see how talented she was for entering the college. Apparently, not only was Nangong Jiao talented, she was also very pretty. Many boys were excited to see her true appearance. People were outside the mansion, busily welcoming the guests. Just then, a black wind eagle flew down and landed outside. It walked towards the girl welcoming guests. Sir, what is your name? The servant asked with a smile. The guests had to report their titles. Not everyone could enter the Nangong family. Help me pass this letter to Nangong Jiao. The man was Yi Futian. He took out a letter and gave it to the servant. The servant's eyes flashed and looked up at Yi Futian. Nangong Jiao was so high up that the servant could rarely see her, let alone pass a stranger's letter. This letter is from the Book Mountain. Just do what I said, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. After giving the letter, he flew away on the black wind eagle. He didn't want to waste time with someone from the Nangong family. A letter was enough. The servant watched Yi Futian's figure with sparkling eyes. The man was so handsome and didn't seem to have been joking. Thinking of this, she turned and entered the Nangong family. Chapter 247, The Name of Yi Futian. Chapter 247. The name of Yi Futian today. It was the birthday of an elder whose position was very high in the Nangong family. At the place where the birthday banquet was held, all the seats were filled with guests and the cultivators from various places had come to send their wishes. At the moment, all the people from the older generation were gathered in one place while the people from the younger generation were at another place. At the place where the younger people were at, a few were clustered by their admirers. The person who sat in the best spot was the princess of the Nangong family, Nangong Jiao. Apart from Nangong Jiao, there were a few others present. They were her friends in the college and were invited to her grandfather's birthday banquet to complement the joyful atmosphere. After all, college disciples had a very high reputation outside. Even if they were only juniors, nobody would dare to look down on them. Nangong Jiao was chatting casually with the others, and a faint arrogance could always be felt from her. In the past, she was already the genius of the Nangong family. After she entered the college, her status rose even higher. Not far away from them, Nangong Li looked at that charming face and was somewhat envious. That was his cousin, but her position was far higher than him. This is the genius lady. Do you see for yourself? In the future, cultivate harder. Although you are only at the Zhenwu Academy, even if you are weaker than Nangong Jiao, your performance still cannot be too bad in the family. His father, Nangong Chang, said. Hua Fenglu seems to have a cultivation treasure. Last time I felt a strong noble will. After I get it, it will definitely help you to cultivate. Nangong Li nodded and said. Then Tang Wan. It's only a woman. If you really want, after we get rid of Hua Fenglu and the rest, you have more than enough chances. However, don't spend too much time and effort on women, Nan Gongchang said in a serious tone. He also liked beautiful ladies. For example, Hua Fengliu's wife was very pretty and coveted by many. However, he understood well that in the cultivation world, one's own strength was the key to one's status all the time. If he had the powers and status, he would be able to get all kinds of women. Therefore, it was not worth it to deliberately spend too much time on this, although it was alright to just play for fun. Thinking of Nandu Wanin, an evil light sparkled in his eyes. If there is a chance. Withdrawing from his thoughts, he said to Nangong Li, go there. Try to have a good relationship with Nangong Jiao. Understood. Nangong Li nodded and then walked towards the place where Nangong Jiao was at. Approaching Nangong Jiao, he smiled and said, cousin, after these few months, you look more and more lively. You are indeed a model for the young generation in the Nangong family. Nangong Jiao raised her head to glance at Nangong Li, and nodded gently. She turned her eyes away and did not reply. The Nangong family was very big and there were many people around. She was not familiar with everyone. The grandfather is here, Nangong Jiao said softly. Nangong Li looked rather awkward, but then he was relieved. With Nangong Jiao's status, he did not have to feel embarrassed. Let's go there, Nangong Jiao said. Immediately, the group walked towards the elder. Jiao Jiao, you are here. Seeing Nangong Jiao walking over, the elder smiled. Grandfather, these are all my friends. They cultivate in the college, Nangong Jiao introduced. Great. All of you are young talents. Today, it's my pleasure to meet all of you at my birthday banquet, the elder said politely. Senior, you are too polite. The few people folded their hands to salute. At the moment, many elders started to gather around. Smiling, they said, the disciples of the college indeed have a different temperament. Right. All of them are very graceful and elegant. Many people said praises one after another. The few college disciples looked very calm and were not emotionally affected by the praises, causing people to appreciate them even further in their hearts. At this moment, a guard walked over from the distance and said, Master, a maidservant outside said that a person had sent a letter to us. The person said that he is from the Book Mountain and the letter is for Ms. Jiao. Nangong Jiao's eyes sparkled and she said, ask her to come here. There was only the college on the Book Mountain. The letter is from the Book Mountain? She felt somewhat strange. After a while, a maidservant walked over and handed her the letter. Nangong Jiao asked, who sent the letter here? A young man who is about 18 years old. His temperament seems unusual, the maidservant said. If it was not for his outstanding temperament, she would not deliver the letter in the first place. Nangong Jiao was even more puzzled, after which she opened the letter. The contents of the letter were very short and only had a few lines. When she saw the name of the sender, a strange look instantly flashed across her eyes. Raising her head, she looked at the maidservant and asked, what does the person look like? The maidservant replied softly, very nice. I seldom see such a handsome man. Nangong Jiao nodded. Seems like I can't be wrong. Thinking about the event at the Qin dynasty a few months ago, Nangong Jiao's expression immediately turned cold. What happened? The elder beside her asked. Grandfather, take a look. Nangong Jiao passed the letter to the elder. The elder scanned the letter and an eye-catching light was released suddenly from his eyes. He asked, are you sure it's him? Should be correct. Nangong Jiao nodded. In an instant, the elder's look became extremely cold. Bastard! The event that happened in the Qin imperial city a few months ago was already long known by everyone. Because the Donghua clan bullied some cottage disciples, the cottage third disciple, Gu Donglu, and the fourth disciple went to the Qin dynasty directly and permanently disabled a noble from the Donghua clan. Now that blind bastard actually offended him. Does he want to drag the Nangong family into this? Thinking of this, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, where are Nangong Cheng and his son? In the distance, Nangong Cheng was stunned. He walked over to the elder with Nangong Li and saluted. Uncle, what is it? I heard that your son is chasing a lady recently. The elder's voice was very calm as if nothing had happened. Nangong Cheng was stunned. How did he know about this? He thought. Indeed he is. Uncle, why do you suddenly ask about such a small thing? Nan Gongcheng asked tentatively. Did he succeed? The elder asked again. No. Nan Gongcheng shook his head and was even more puzzled. Humph! What woman actually dares to reject a person from the Nangong family? Don't you have any plans? The elder gave a cold humph and said. Nangong was stunned momentarily. He did not know how his uncle knew about this, but it seemed to be great as he had saved himself a lot of trouble. It's a young lady in the Zhenwu Academy. Her family was very unyielding and did not care about the Nangong family at all. I am just planning to solve this issue, Nangongcheng replied. Oh, how do you plan to solve it? The elder asked. Uncle, don't worry. I will handle everything properly. Today there were many outsiders present. Naturally, he could not say everything directly as it would appear that the Nangong family was just bullying the rest. Then how about the lady? The elder asked again. Nangongcheng looked around him and did not speak. The elder understood everything at once and only felt very chilly. So close. If Nangongcheng really allowed Nangongli to do something to the lady forcefully, what would the consequences be? It would be unimaginable. He did not forget about how the cottage third disciple became famous. That time, a top-tier family, much stronger than the Nangong family, was eliminated from the Eastern Barren territory precisely because of such a seemingly insignificant thing. Today, the Nangong family almost followed in their footsteps. Very good. The concealed anger of the elder finally erupted at the moment. Some coldness was released from his body as he said, Come, take down these two and disable them. This abrupt voice was like a bolt out of the blue. Nangongcheng and Nangongli stood blankly in their spots, feeling flabbergasted. They did not even understand what had happened. Disable both of them? The people around them were also stunned. What is happening? Uncle. Nangongcheng trembled and did not understand what was happening. However, seeing the killing intent flashing in the elder's cold eyes, he knew that the elder was not joking. Didn't you hear me? The elder roared. Not long ago, even the noble from the Donghua clan was disabled. If he did not do something actively, he would be waiting for the cottage disciples to come themselves. The letter only explained briefly the situation, and was already very polite. However, he did not dare to hesitate at all and had to handle the situation properly. Cancel today's birthday banquet. The elder continued with a fierce anger. A few cultivators from the Nangong family walked towards Nangongcheng and Nangongli. At the moment, the two still did not understand what had happened. However, they did not dare to resist and were taken down very quickly. Uncle, why? Nangongcheng shouted. No. Nangongli was caught and could not move. Seeming to have realized what was about to happen, his face turned totally pale. The guests gathered around them one after another, and did not know what had exactly happened. The host of the birthday banquet actually burst into anger suddenly, and furthermore, the banquet was also cancelled. Very soon miserable screams erupted. Nangongcheng and Nangongli were lying weakly on the ground as they were permanently disabled. Even at that moment they still had no clue why they were disabled. Bring them and follow me. Jiao Jiao, you come as well, the elder said. Nangongjiao nodded. She was a disciple of the college. Since Yi Futian had sent the letter to her, it would be better for her to show up and try to remove the dissatisfaction he had towards the Nangong family. Just now, her grandfather deliberately suppressed his anger and asked the questions in order to sound out the precise attitude of Nangongcheng and Nangongli. Now they managed to know everything, and she also broke into a sweat with fear. Even though she was a college disciple, she naturally knew what position Yi Futian had at the moment. Every cottage disciple was far more superior than an ordinary college disciple. When a cottage disciple was bullied, they disabled a noble from the Donghua clan directly. Apart from the cottage, who else could do this? Senior, where are you going? The guests around walked up and asked. The elder had suddenly become angry and cancelled the birthday banquet. Obviously, it was because the two who had been disabled had brought a disaster to the family by offending someone. Many people from the Nangong family also came forward to ask. These two bastards want to deal with Yi Futian from the cottage, the elder said in anger. All the people around him were shocked. Deal with the cottage disciple Yi Futian? A similar event had happened in the Qin dynasty not long ago. Everyone in the world had seen the outcome. In addition, that time it was the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan. Now it was only the Nangong family. Yi Futian, Nangong Cheng, who had been disabled, still could not understand. Then he thought of one person, the disciple of Hua Fenglu. In this instant his face turned completely pale.